and territories. And you were talking about lands last night. That's him in Canada looking at the list of the children that are found in the unmarked graves, which is an issue here as well. I know you'll hear about that in a little bit here from NABS. Next slide. Before I end there, I just want to say that this year, the International Indian Treaty Council submitted a formal petition to the United States State Department to invite Pancho, the UN Special Rapporteur on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to visit Leonard Peltier in prison and give them recommendations on, human rights-based resolution. He just recently heard from them that he would need to do, they couldn't just do, we're saying it's just 2-3 hours, just don't go through the red tape here or the white tape of the UN. But they told him recently that he would need to do a full-fledged official country visit to the United States, and then that could be included. We've talked about this here before. If the treaty councils come together and ask him to come and look at the situation of treaties here and make recommendations to the US, especially about what he's already said, this bilateral, entity to resolve treaty violations with equal partnership between the treaty parties, not decision-making by one treaty party, who's the violator, like the Indian Claims Commission was. That's a bad example. That way he could look at a lot of things. He could look at the unmarked graves, of the children being found, the unresolved issues around the boarding schools. He could look at treaty violations. He could visit Leonard Peltier. He could do whatever, the indigenous nations in the US want him to do. But you have to invite him, and it's a very simple process. You invite him and it goes to Geneva and he puts it on his schedule. And then it's an official visit, not, hey, Pancho, come to a treaty meeting and be with us. Tell us, what you're doing internationally, but official visit of the UN Rapporteur. And he's based at University of Arizona in Tucson when he's not flying here and there. But he was at the climate change talks, by the way, as well, and gave press conferences and spent some time with us at the caucus too. So this is just a recommendation that I have of an action you can take parallel with any other actions you want to take, and it's up to you. But it's a very simple process. And if you made a resolution to do that, you could do that. And I know he would respond positively as best he can. Lastly, Bill and I and the Treaty Council staff and board want to invite all of you to the 50th anniversary of the International Indian Treaty Council, June 21 to 24 on Standing Rock, where we were founded. We're still in the last phases of finding the exact perfect site. But I did want to inform you, I think the flyer's in your packet as well, Phil. We can talk about all these things a lot more there, all of us together, and you can instruct the International Indian Treaty Council on what you want us to do on these issues and all the other ones affecting Indigenous peoples. I will mention one more thing. We started a coalition, a global Indigenous peoples coalition to address transition mineral mining. Hey, they're putting a nickel mine on Lake Superior called a climate-friendly nickel mine. If you can believe that. I mean, they think we're so stupid. They come up with these words, nature-based solutions, all this stuff. So, but anyway, we're going to have a conference probably in Guatemala and probably next October. So anybody who's working to fight those lithium mines that they are targeting in the Black Hills, lithium mines, we need to talk more about how to be involved in that process. So thank you. With that, I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you. I felt it. Thanks.
Manny. I'd like to call up Chris Eagleberry real quick before Andy starts his presentation. He is, they have a booth outside. I would like to give him a couple minutes to talk about his booth. It's on the Indian boarding school, Carlisle, at the Sichango Youth Council. The speaker's on, the microphone's on.
All right, yeah. Hamadaki api, Akichach Kali Machapi, Chante Washinape, Chizape. I apologize to each and every one of my elders in the room for speaking in front of you. My name is Christopher Eaglebear, and I'm a representative of the Roseville Sioux Tribe Council, but at the same time, I'm young enough to be a part of the Sichanga Youth Council too. That's where I started out at. And in 2015, we had an opportunity to go to a conference called Unity. And on our way home from Unity, which was in DC at the time, we came back through Pennsylvania to Carlisle, and we visited Carlisle Industrial Boarding School. We looked at the graves. We were at the gravesite there. And anyways, we had a question that came from that, and it was, why don't we bring them home? And then so 6 years later, in 2021, we finally repatriated 9 children. And the Sangha Youth Council started this movement that Deb Holland is currently working on today in the United States. And so we have we have a booth outside that I think do you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
Okay, that I'm gonna allow one of our project workers to talk more about it. This is her.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brooke Espinoza. I am a member of the Sichanga Youth Council, and I am also a youth outreach specialist at Togala Nagio Youth Leadership Program. So outside, we have a booth set up with all of the boarding schools. In South Dakota, we have binders for each of those. And each and every one of those binders, we have all the information on those boarding schools, where they're located, when they opened, when they closed, how many children were attended. If there was a cemetery, how many Sichangu Lakota children were buried there. We have those set outside. We also have our repatriation timeline out there. And we also are open to answering any questions that you may have on any of our information. Thank you.
Thank you for the treaty council for allowing us to just take a couple of minutes to give awareness to our booth. Please feel free to come check it out and ask questions. Thank you.
Ostelo. Ina wota kueki. Uchungolo cook de cha. Togina cash and lecheta cooked. Comedy. We have to bring our children home wherever they're at any cost. And they say our children are waka, and that's true. And they see things that we don't see as adults. And they're so important today. The next speaker is update, legal update on, and it's Andrew Reed. Nokia, Andrew. Oh, right. You can put it there or you can put it
Oh,
up there.
it's okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Greetings and maybe we can wake somebody up here. I'll try to go through the slides pretty quick. So you stay together. I always go overboard with the slides and Phil asked me to give an update on some of the current things that involve Native people that are important. And so I got some of those, but then also this stuff came up regarding docket 74. So I didn't know which way to go. So I kind of combined them. Apologize on that. So, but it ended up doubling my slides. So I'll go through it pretty quick here. But, and I'll try not to repeat. I've been doing this now for a few years. And most of you, I think, or a lot of you have already seen my presentation. So I'm not going to cover a lot of that same stuff, but I have some of it, not so much background. Steve already covered a lot of this and on how it all began. And then Andrea covered a lot of the international stuff as it's going on now. But for those that don't know me, I've been practicing law for almost 45 years now, and started off doing Indian law in Oklahoma, and then up in Menominee land up in Wisconsin, then got called out to the Black Hills in the time of the uranium stuff. And then I went down to Nebraska, and now I'm in Oklahoma. So, but I transitioned into doing international law of indigenous peoples because I realized that federal Indian law is colonial law, and I didn't want to support or work within that system. So I've been doing international law of indigenous peoples, colonial law, anti-colonial law now for over 10 years. And I teach at the University of Denver Law School there. I teach this. So anyway, bear with me. We'll see how this works. All right, first slide is dead. So here we go. Maybe I'm going the wrong way. Here we go. Yeah, I always say this. I said this last time is don't trust lawyers. Certainly don't trust white lawyers. We're all indoctrinated. Phil likes to call it the Stockholm syndrome, where the lawyers suffer from the same thing. And that's what law schools are all about, is to indoctrinate. And so law schools indoctrinate you to the Oceti way of law. And then the Indian law programs indoctrinate you to the colonial Oceti law. And that's what most of your tribal attorneys are practicing and what they do. Shakespeare has this famous quote, first thing, let's kill all the lawyers. Well, when you're discussing docket 74, that's probably the first thing you should do, is kill all the lawyers, right? Because docket 74 is a treaty issue. It's not a legal issue. It's a political problem, not a legal problem. And so it's nation to nation, political problem. It's not your attorneys that that decide these things and negotiate it for you. It should be you. So anyway, I need to unmute somebody there on Zoom. Can you fix that for me? Anyway, while he's doing that, this is the 200th anniversary of Johnson v. McIntosh, which Steve discussed. And that's the thing that started this whole thing, the doctrine of discovery and federal Indian law, colonial law, and all that. And so we're at the 200th anniversary. That was 1823 by Chief Justice John Marshall. And so now's a good time to reconsider McIntosh and the whole doctrine of discovery issue. There we go. So thank you. And that's one thing that I've taken on kind of my task too, is in Johnson v. McIntosh, this is John Marshall here. By the way, at the time he made this decision, he owned 200 slaves. Just came out that these Chief Justice here, and the one that followed him, Taney, who made the Dred Scott decision, holding that black people were chattel property. They weren't human beings. He also owned over 100 slaves. So these are slaveholders. They know exactly what they're talking about when they're ruling on this. By the way, his father, federal Indian law, and I always say that he was a pervert because he perverted justice. And one of the ways he perverted justice here is human beings became less human, nations became non-existent. The doctrine of discovery and the law of nations became the doctrine of imperial and Christian theft. The law of occupation under the law of nations. And there was a law of nations and there was a law of discovery back then too, but he perverted it all. And the law of occupation of nations became the doctrine of imperial and racist domination, which we now call the trust doctrine, right? And the plenary power doctrine. So these are the three doctrines that were created under federal colonial Indian law. This is the law. These are the doctrines that your tribal attorneys practice. This is what Mario was talking about using, right? This is the box that Native people have been put into. And by the way, Native people are the only people in the world that are put in this box. It is racist. The only people, think about that, the only people in the entire world that are put in this box, that have this special set of laws for them. And so they have the doctrine of plenary power, which was reinforced. So I'm going to show here, I'm going to show you it's a law today. McGirt, which just came out a few years ago, everyone was talking about, whoa, what a great decision it is. No, it was a horrible decision. Because first, Justice Gorsuch goes through the whole history of the Muskogee Creek Nation and talks about how the U.S. had gutted it. They took their traditional government and replaced it with a white government, with a corporation, with a chief. Then they took their land through allotment. Then they took their court system and replaced it with a white court system, right? Any of this sound familiar? And then they took everything, and he goes through this. And of course, the state of Oklahoma was saying they no longer existed because they lost everything. They took their language, right? They took their culture. Well, the one thing that Gorsuch said, Justice Gorsuch said, that who wrote this opinion, the one thing they hadn't done is actually take the territory, that it still existed. That's the only thing they had left, that they had not destroyed, all right? And that's the McGirt decision. But at the very end of the decision, he says, yeah, but they can take that too anytime they want to, because they have because of the doctrine of plenary power, which was established 200 years ago. They are the colonial ruler. They can, as a colonial ruler, they can take it. And that was the McGirt decision just a couple of years ago. Then we talk about this one. This one, everyone's so excited. Yeah, the Indian Child Welfare Act survived. This is the Brand-Keaton decision, which happened this year, right? Well, if you read that decision, you'll find out that the reason why it survived is because the U.S. Supreme Court applied the plenary power doctrine that said that the states can't steal your children, that social services can't take your children, because it's the federal government controls Indian children, not states. So if Indian children are going to get stolen, it's going to get stolen by the federal government. States can't. So they use the plenary power. Say that because the United States has exclusive plenary power over Native people, the states can't steal your children. That's what that case was all about. The other interesting part about the Brand-Keaton case is the attorneys who brought that case, who were the attorneys for tribes, for Native nations. The ones that brought this case, they first argued the plenary power doctrine, and then they realized, oh, we don't want to really do that. I'm talking about the Native American Rights Fund and the National Congress of American Indians, right? They were the lead counsel in this case. So they dropped the plenary power argument, and then they started arguing trust. They said, because we have this trust relationship with the colonial ruler here, that they have an obligation to protect our children from theft by states. And so they hid behind the relationship that they have with the United States as incompetent people. The trust doctrine comes out of the decisions within McIntosh that says Native people are incompetent savages, and so they can't take care of their own affairs. And therefore, the United States is going to do it for them. So because they're incompetent savages, they need their children protected. This is what your attorneys just argued. And by the way, the Oglala Sioux tribe signed on to this, as well as Rosebud, as well as Standing Rock. Right? All of the Sioux tribes signed on to this argument that was put forth by NARF. And I was approached by the treaty councils to make a treaty argument and a sovereignty argument. And the NARF attorneys called me up and begged me not to file a brief because they thought it would alienate the U.S. Supreme Court and they get a bad ruling. But anyway, it survived because of the plenary power doctrine. And then there's another case here, the Navajo Nation case, that also came down this year. In this one, they were arguing, well, the United States has our water, holds our water in trust, just like they hold your land in trust. And they said, well, because they hold our land in trust, they have a trust responsibility to provide that water, to get that water to our elders and other people living in the distant parts of the nation. There are a lot of people on the outskirts of the territory there that have no water, particularly elderly. They have no electricity or water. There are places on Pine Ridge where they don't have potable water or reliable electricity. And so they said, well, you have a trust responsibility to do this. What did the U.S. Supreme Court rule? They said, no. The only trust responsibility, your trust responsibility comes from your treaty. Your treaty does not say that there's any obligation on the U.S. to provide the system. So they want a mini Wachoni, but they didn't get it. And so now the United States is dropping the ball on it's a colonial ruler and it's holding their water, but it's saying, we're not going to be responsible for getting your water to you. And that was the Navajo Nation decision, trust decision again. And then the last decision, nobody paid any attention to this one, right? And this was a bankruptcy decision. You think, oh yeah, bankruptcy. Well, bankruptcy is what they call a general law, applies to everybody. And there's some language in there extending it to nations and so forth like that. But it didn't mention Native people at all. There's a rule of federal Indian law that says unless it specifically mentions Native people, it does not apply to them, right? It's called laws of general applicability. There's a rule that says that those don't apply to Native people. This case, they applied a general bankruptcy law that never mentioned Native or Indian people at all. And it said that it covered them, Native Nation, that they were subject to it. All right. This is the way the Supreme Court's going. They're going to go more and more and more to invade Native sovereignty and to start saying that it doesn't exist as a separate entity in power. All right. And then just a few days ago, they had this big meeting that I think we heard from some people yesterday on in Washington, and Secretary Haaland was there, and she gave a big long speech, and you can pull that speech up on the internet. But one thing she talked about is that they're going to have a new theme now over in Washington D.C. For her, Secretary of the Interior, and that theme is going to be how great the Indian Reorganization Act is. So the federal government's going to study this, and they're going to issue a report on what a wonderful thing it was and what a great thing it did for Native people. So, which was extending the colonial rule over Native people. This is from her speech. All right. So anyway, we have this concept in law, and it's a recent concept that we've talked about a lot called lawfare, and it's using law as a way of war, conducting war. If you're not to hide people, you're in a situation of perpetual war. You don't have to take up weapons, although you can do that. But as long as you resist your colonial occupier, you're at war. And that's I'm speaking as an international law lawyer. D. Vattel said this in the Law of Nations. And so recently they've been talking about how you can use law as a weapon of war. And that's what colonialism is. And so we have a law of colonialism where the United States is actually an empire. Canada, by the way, is also an empire. They rule over other nations. And so, and by the way, this is also the 200th anniversary of the Monroe Doctrine, where the United States lorded over all of the other nations of the Americas. They said nobody else can touch those nations. It's called the Monroe Doctrine. We're on the 200th anniversary of that. And so colonialism is the rule of one nation over another, right? And exploiting it, forcing its own language and cultural values upon the people. So I call it the law of slow genocide. And there's the federal anti-Indian law book that by Peter DeRico that Steve mentioned. But colonialism is slow genocide. Colonialism is not an event, it's a structure. Colonialism didn't just happen in 1492. Colonialism exists today, and it's throughout the entire structure of the federal government. It is a colonial power ruling over 500 colonial nations, right? And the way it does that, it creates this whole set of laws I just mentioned just for the colonized people, right? So it's a structure. And then the reality of school is indoctrination. That's the Indian law schools. These are the books they use. It wasn't until a few years ago they even mentioned international law. It didn't exist in federal Indian law courses. And these are the ones that they use and study. All right. So what did Chief Justice Don Marshall do in federal Indian law? It changed nation to domestic dependent nation, right? It changed nation to tribe. Tribe under the law, the tribe is not a sovereign. A nation is a sovereign. A tribe is a ethnic group or a group of people together. That's in the Cayuga case. And then it converted native citizenship to U.S. citizenship. It didn't ask you whether you wanted to be a citizen. It just passed a law which I think is unconstitutional because it's the Constitution that defines who can be a citizen in the United States. Congress cannot do that. They would have to change the Constitution. They never did that. They passed the Indian Citizenship Act. I think it's unconstitutional. I don't know anyone who's ever changed it. And then and by doing that, it created an American minority group. So not only did you not become Lakota, you became Indian, which is a racist moniker, and then you became American Indian, which made you a racial minority of America and Native American, all right? And so nation to nation was changed to government. And so until very recently, the United States always referred to government. It's only Bill Clinton, when he did his executive order on Native peoples, said government to government. Biden, when he came in, I'll give him credit for that, changed that to nation. So they're trying to play some lip service, all right? And then they substituted colonial governance for native governance. And that's what the IRA did, right? And this is a corporate charter of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. A charter is where you get your authority from. So under the IRA, the Rosebud Sioux tribe reorganized under the United States, and the United States gave it the authority to exist. And if you read any resolutions that any of these IRA tribes pass, they say from the authority that we get under the Indian Reorganization Act, which is from Congress, from the United States, we do this and this and this. Read what Mario drafted. And he says that we're acting under the authority of the IRA. So then it created from domain, a native power or power, they exercise sovereignty over a domain. That's international law. Native nations exercise sovereignty over a domain. They changed that into a territory. I mean, they changed that into a reservation, right? A reservation is an outdoor prison. It's an outdoor prison, reservation, right? What you're seeing over in Gaza, in Palestine, that is a reservation. It is a prison, right? Territory is what is exercised. So that's why I've had this discussion here where I think we should stop calling these territories, the reservation. I mean, we should stop calling them reservations, start calling them territories, right? So the Oglala Lakota Nation exercises sovereignty over a territory, not over a reservation. And it's part of the territory, the Oceti Sakowin. So anyway, territory was changed to reservation, right? Reserve. And then originally it was reserved from. Native people were reserving from cession certain territory, certain lands. That's in the Winans case, right? Then by the time a few years later, the U.S. Supreme Court started saying reserve to. In other words, you never owned it in the first place. So we're reserving it to, we're giving it to you, right? So now when you read these decisions, it's always talking about how the great white father in all his goodness reserves part of native land that they lived on since millennia too. And then they changed the title to use what they call usufructory. That's a big word, means use. They changed, and native people, never owned the land, but they said nobody could own the land. So the Wasichu could not own the land. They had no right to take the title or take land, right? But certainly the native people, because they were put there by Takashila. They were put there, and so they had an obligation and responsibility. Native people, I have this problem with the native, with people talking about native worldviews, with the concept of rights of Indians, rights of the earth, so forth. I think there are obligations or relationships. We should talk in terms of relationships, not rights and so forth. But anyway, they changed the Indian title to a right of use and not ownership. And so the landlord, if you have a right of use, then who's the landlord? The United States, right? And we talk about, and this is part of it, when, let's say we get rid of the papal bulls, what's going to happen? Let's say we discard the doctrine of discovery. Well, they did that in Australia. It's called the Mabo case. They ruled that the doctrine of discovery was no longer valid and they weren't going to enforce it. But then they said it didn't affect the king's title and that the king still had title. So they tossed the doctrine of discovery, but then they still said the king had title. So I think even if the US Supreme Court eventually discards the doctrine of discovery, they will say we still have a colonial relationship. And because of that colonial relationship, we still have title to the land. But that's what I think. So the duty to consult, right, was changed into a duty of, the concept of consent, which is in your treaty, right? And Jerry mentions that consent is in your treaty. It's a sovereign right, was changed to consultation. Consultation is a part, comes out of the relationship of the colonial ruler over its ward, of a guardian ward. And actually, John Marshall talks about this. The relationship as a guardian to the ward, of a father to a child, the great white father to their incompetent child, right? That's the relationship. And so that's where this concept of consultation comes from. So you have the plenary power doctrine, which comes out of this relationship where you have, if you have a child that's incompetent, you have control over that child's property. Right? This is the law of trust. Go to any law school, take a trust course, right? You have a trustee. You have somebody, you got a grandpa that's got Alzheimer's, right? And they have some property. You become appointed to take to their caretaker, you take over their property. That gives you the authority over the property. That's the exact same relationship with the United States, except there's nobody looking over the shoulder of the United States to see if they're doing it properly. And that's the plenary power doctrine. That's where it comes from. Anyway, so we have genocide convention. What's the end result of this relationship, right? The theft of sovereign territory and lands, and you see Palestine down there, looks a lot like Indian land. That's why they're fighting this war right now. Remember when how did the Dakota Wars start? You got some historians here, right? How did the Dakota Wars start? Some young people started going out and say, we've had enough of this. And they started fighting back, right? It was a military struggle. And then they swooped down, the US military swooped down on them and did it. This is what plenary power doctrine does. Allotment. And all of this occurred after 1871, by the way. When they remember in their treaty, it says the only way that they can get any more land is by another treaty signed by 3/4 of the adult males, right? That's the only other way they would give up any more land. All this land was taken after that treaty. So you have theft of sovereignty in the laws. This is how they took the sovereignty in the Wufe of the Lakota and Dakota people, right? And then you had the theft of citizenship, your nationality. You had forced assimilation to boarding schools. You had the destruction of your religion. They actually outlawed, as you probably know, the sun dance and the ghost dance were outlawed. In the potlatch ceremony, they stole your language through the boarding schools, right? And they erased your history. They didn't mention you in the history books. Good way to get rid of somebody. You have a few generations where they never talk about you, right? So they erase your history. And then they steal your children. And then they sterilize your women, right? What is this? What the hell is going on? Right? So it's genocide. All right. So now that was all the way through the 1970s or so, you know, when we were cutting our teeth on some of this stuff, Wounded Knee and so forth. And so we have this nation here, the people of the 7 council fires, right? And the nation has its own set of laws. And this is something that Native people have been told, been misinformed and misrepresented for hundreds of years, all right? And this is a big change now. This is where you can get excited. Now, both domestic and internationally, the laws of indigenous people are being recognized as equal to those laws of the Wasichu. They have equal standing or even higher. And I would argue if there are laws that involve your lands, and there's international law and there's a domestic law. When you're dealing with land, you follow the law of the people that are on that land. So the laws that should apply to the treaty lands is the law of the Lakota, Dakota, and Dakota people, right? And that's here. It's customary, called customary law. All right. And you don't need a written constitution. The colonizer, the original one, England, they still don't have a written constitution. Your laws are what are known as common laws. Your laws are the way that you express them on a case-by-case basis. So you have somebody that gets in a fight, you settle that, that creates law within your community. You have a child problem or a divorce or some other issue that's decided according to your laws. So you don't need a constitution, although I think most Native nations are okay with that because it helps secure their rights, right? And so there's also an indigenous customary international law, right? You have your own international laws. You have the confederacies. And I mentioned that yesterday. They were shared, for example, the Cheyenne and the Dakota, and Dakota shared hunting grounds. And so you worked out ways to deal with that. You had wars. And so now that led to the rights of indigenous peoples. And this is international law. Now this, by the way, keep in mind, this is not your law. This is still Oceti law. Just like federal Indian law is Oceti law. It's white man's law, right? So is international law, the concept of human rights, the concepts of sovereignty. And I know Steve, wherever he disappeared to, has talked to some about this, the concept of sovereignty, the concept of nations. All of those are concepts that came out of Europe, right? Now, I do think that there is a sovereignty here, but the sovereignty comes from above, comes from Waka. It comes from Tagashla. It doesn't come from a crown or the king, right? So we're not talking about the sovereignty of the crown. We're talking about the sovereignty which comes through a relationship with Unchimaka and Mother Earth and so forth. But anyway, so but the advantage of international principles is that it offers you another opportunity to protect yourselves, right? And a better one than what's offered under federal colonial Indian law. All right. The first thing is this concept of nation to nations. Now, the federal international law was created so that the European nations could defend their rights. They didn't have native nations in their head when they were developing these laws. They were talking about Spain and France and England and Germany, right? They weren't talking about the indigenous nations around the world. There's some 500,000 to 600,000 nations in the world. There's only about 200 nation states in the world. Oh, they're not nation states, states, right? So all of these nations are being consumed by these artificial creations that rule over and overlap. But anyway, these laws govern not state to state, right? But nation to nation, peoples to peoples, right? And it's the law of peoples with the S. Once you get together and you have a common ethnicity, common history, common culture, common location, and so forth, you get that S on the end of people. And that's where you get your sovereignty from. It's a collective right? And that's sovereignty. And with the sovereignty, you get the right of self-determination. Self-determination means you have the right to have your own governance. And that's that's under the discussion here. That's what the treaty councils are talking about, is self-governance. You have the right to decide what kind of government you want. And that's what was taken away from a lot of Native people by the RA and others. And that's the legal definition there of the right. And by the way, the right of self-determination is what's called a jus cogens right under the law. And jus cogens right means it's at the very top. No government can deny you that right under international law. No, it's like a jus cogens right is like a right against slavery, a right against torture. These are rights that no government can legalize. So no government can deny Native people a right of self-determination, all right? So it talks about a nation as a territorial domain, and out of that you get free, prior, informed consent, comes out of your sovereignty. And then you have what's called under international law, the equality of people and nations, right? And this is super important. You'll find this in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, right at the very beginning. For a while, this only applied to European nations. It didn't apply to Native nations. All nations but Native nations were equal, right? You'll see that in the ILO 169, if you ever read that. They talk about these rights, and then they exclude Native people from the concept of peoples, right? So anyway, and that's the importance of the UN GRIP from 2007, the important work that the International Indian Treaty Council and others did, right? Is that it declared that these rights, that the rights of Native nations are equal to all other nations of the world. The rights of Native peoples are equal to all the nations of the world. The human rights that are available to other peoples are also fully available to Native peoples of the world, which include the human right to self-determination, culture, land, territory, resources, and so forth. They're law. And so that's the importance. It extended that. And so once you have this law of nations and you're on an equal standing, treaties are not interpreted by the high colonial court of one nation, of one party of the treaty. It's interpreted according to international law, which is the Vienna Convention on Treaties. And by the way, that allowed you, once the 1868 treaty was violated, it gave you the choice of rejecting that treaty and going back to the 1851 treaty. And I don't hear that discussion very much. It's always enforcing the 1868 treaty. You have the choice on that violation under international law to do that. You have the right of self-determination, which is under the ICCCPR, which the United States has signed and ratified. And then the treaties are man's law and covered by the Vienna Convention on Treaties. And so so what we're really dealing with here is not federal Indian law. We're dealing with the law of occupation. And Steve really brought this out when he corrected me when I mentioned something. It's not land back. It's getting the occupier off our land. They're trespassers, right? And so that's the discussion there. It's a law of occupation. And the United States is a successor colonial state. And so they're subject to the law of occupation. Federal Indian law is the domestic law of colonial occupation. And so once you start putting this in the context, and this is where you really need to push your tribal lawyers to do this. Put everything, all these discussions, the docket 74 discussion and so forth, within the context of colonial occupation and colonial domination. And so the discussion, you should never, colonialism wasn't mentioned once in that document that Mario drafted. It's mentioned, actually, it's mentioned hardly ever. I mention all the time in stuff I draft, but I don't hear anybody else ever doing it. You know, at DAPL, the people themselves were talking about colonialism, but the tribal governments weren't talking about it. But the people were. First thing they said, this is colonial rule. So we have these three doctrines, or doctrines of colonialism. We call them federal Indian law doctrines, but actually they're doctrines of colonialism. Now, colonialism has been rejected by the international community, the UN, which is basically the Congress of the world, right? Since before the 1960s, since after the Second World War. So it's been rejected for 75 years. And every year, the UN passes a resolution telling all nations of the world to end colonialism now in all its forms and manifestations. Think about that. In all its forms and manifestations. Federal Indian law is a manifestation of colonialism, right? And guess who votes against that resolution every single year for the last 75 years? The United States. It's one of the only governments that it's overwhelmingly adopted by the international community. The United States every year votes against it. There's the original UNGA resolution in 1514, then they had these other ones. And that's the colonialism resolution from 1960, right? And they have their arguments around this. Most of them are bogus, but I won't go into it. So they have these are some of the different resolutions. Western Sahara advisory opinion throughout the doctrine and discovery in 1975. The Chagos Archipelago advisory opinion in 2019. That involved the United States. It's by the International Court of Justice, right? It involved Diego Garcia, which is a military base in the Indian Ocean on a small island there. And the court ruled that the United States was illegally occupying that island and it kicked its people off, and the people had a right of return. And the reason why they were violating is because they were not allowed to exercise their free, prior, informed consent before they were removed from their island. And this is recent, involved the United States. It comes directly out of international law and the law of colonial occupation and so forth. So you have the International Court of Justice, that's the advisory opinion on the Chagos Islands. And then the Isla Palmas decision is an interesting one. It's from 1929. It's an old one, but it dealt with the doctrine of discovery. And one thing it says in the doctrine, they were fighting over this. The United States again. They were claiming this island through Spain, right? And the people there were saying, no, you don't own this island. You never occupied us. Spain claimed it. They put their flag in there, but they never moved on to the island. And so the Isla Chagas is a decision that says, under the doctrine of discovery, if you find empty land, you can't own it until you actually occupy it, right? Which is the doctrine of discovery, if you'll recall, these countries from Europe came on the eastern shores of the Turtle Island, and they put their flag in, and they say they claimed from shore to shore. From shore to shore, right? When did the federal government ever occupy the Great Sioux Nation? Right? Only after the allotments and so forth, right? But they were claiming it before they ever occupied it. They claimed it in 1823. They hadn't even come out here in 1823 like they did. You know, how could they occupy? The Oceti Sakowin was not a party to that lawsuit. They never agreed to federal Indian law. They were not a party to any of the Marshall decisions. How can you have a decision that controls over you where you were never allowed to be there to argue your rights? Right? So anyway, that's the Island Palmas. So there are all sorts of places where the United States tried to exercise their jurisdiction under the doctrine of discovery, but they never actually occupied those lands. All right. So you have this is a recent resolution from 2021 to negate the impacts of colonization, again calling for the end of colonial rule. All right. So federal Indian law is racist. How do we know that? You know that from this convention on the elimination of racial discrimination. Now, the United States has signed and ratified, the Congress has ratified this convention. In that convention, they actually mentioned that other document I just showed you on colonialism. And here they say, and then they have an article in there, I think it's Article 15 in the convention, that also refers back to colonialism, where they say colonialism is a form of racism. So the relationship that the United States has with Native people here is a racist relationship. Racism is outlawed. It's a violation of fundamental rights under international law. You cannot legalize racism, period. And that's in the Charter of the United States. All people and nations are equal. It's in the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, right there. Okay, those articles. And these are some of the human rights, right, that were extended, essentially extended to Native people by the UN Declaration. Now, these rights already existed. They say, well, the UN Declaration is unenforceable. Well, that's bullshit, frankly, pardon my French, but they are enforceable because all peoples of the world had these rights before 2007, except Native people. These rights already existed. So you don't need the UN Declaration to exercise these rights. You use the International Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination. You use the one on civil and political rights and so forth. All right. So they have these mechanisms, ways of enforcing your rights, right? And one of them is the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And that's the Dan case that I talked about yesterday, for example. And here's that decision from 2002, right? This is a groundbreaking decision. Groundbreaking. It's the first one against the United States ruling that federal Indian law violates the human rights of Native people. In this case, specifically the right to property and the right to an effective remedy. Why was their remedy not effective? Because it did not give them the opportunity to get their land back. Sound familiar? 2002, what are you doing? That's 20 years ago, right? So this decision, we just got this a few months ago. It's a petition. I'm counsel in this with Joe Heath, who's tribal counsel from the Onondaga Nation up in New York, along the near the Canadian border. And this one, the Onondagas lost their land some 200 years ago through various treaties that with the New York, they were fraudulent treaties where the New York State stole their land, and the United States was supposed to protect them from that, and they never did. And so the United States violated their treaties by allowing their land to get stolen. So they filed this claim against the United States, and it's by the Onondaga Nation itself, saying that the United States violated their human rights, collective human rights as a native nation, right? We got a decision a few months ago accepting this case, which is a big deal. Once they accept it, once they admit the case, what they're saying is that if you can prove everything you say in your petition, then you're going to win your case. And of course, ours is that they stole our lands. It's not going to be a hard one to prove. So the next decision will come out will be a mayor's decision. And so this is the area. They contaminated their sacred lake, Onondaga Lake. It's now a Superfund site. At one time, we talked about the Black Hills maybe becoming a Superfund site if they wanted to do all that mining and stuff. Remember that, Bill? Yeah. So anyway, so that actually happened for the Onondagas. So they're actually suing for millions of acres. Huh? So they're going after millions of acres over there. And then they start 3 human rights violations: denial of equality, denial of the right to fair trial, a judicial remedy, right? Because they couldn't get their land back. And then the denial of the right to property. And that's the report there. And so seizure of more than 2 million acres is what we're going after. And we have a brief due on, I think it's December 26th. So I'm going to get busy after I leave here on this. And we filed on the right to property. We filed this motion for reconsideration there. And in that, the Onondagas fired their former attorneys because they didn't raise colonialism. Joe came to me and said, we want to raise this. We want to challenge plenary power. We want to challenge the doctrine of discovery. We want to challenge the trust-colonial relationship. So we put together this brief, which was recently filed on this, and I think there's a news report on that. I think it's the first time the United States has been directly challenged in an international court or tribunal on its colonial rule. And so we're going right after them. There are other international remedies. One is in the UN Charter itself that sets up this decolonization committee. It's in the UN Charter. So it's in the Constitution of the world, right? And in the last third of the charter, they have a whole process for decolonizing. This is after the Second World War. And the Second World War, in large part, was fought over the colonial rule. And so they set up this committee, and guess who's using it right now? It's a special committee on decolonization, is Puerto Rico, right? This is some place that the Oceti Sakowin could go to and challenge the United States colonial relationship directly. They're enforcing those laws on decolonization. And I know some of the attorneys that are making these arguments. No to the junta, which is the government that was imposed on them by the United States, and yes to self-determination. And in this one, what they're asking for is that they want the right to choose what form of government they want, right of self-determination. And they're looking at 3 choices. Do you want to become a state, a new state like Hawaii? Although that was against Hawaii as another case. Or do you want to become an independent nation and join the UN? And by the way, Puerto Rico, they always send people to the Olympics and other places, treated like a separate nation, but they're still ruled by the United States. Or do you want to remain in your current situation as a part of as a territory, a trust territory of the United States? And so that's the choice. What if they gave you that choice today? What if the United States said, you get to choose? Do you want to be an independent nation? Right? Do you want to become a part of the United States, a separate territory like a state? It's just kind of how they treat you now. Or do you want to remain in this limbo status as a colonized people? So what would you say? So anyway, this is the article here in the UN Charter that sets up this process of decolonization. So that's one route you can go. I forgot who it was. Maybe it was Manny or somebody else. Somebody was asking me, what else can you do? And remember, Mario said, oh yeah, in 1971, which is 50 years ago, we tried to go to the World Court. It didn't work, so he gave up, right? Things have changed a lot, particularly in the last 20 years. And these are some. Other international remedies include the UN CERD. Now, the Western Shoshone, after the Dan case, went there, and they won. And so this is the UN body that enforces this treaty on racial discrimination. And they held, as a matter of law, international law, federal Indian law is racially discriminatory and unlawful. Other remedies include special overtures, and you get precautionary measures. Andrea talked about some of that. And then you have rights of reparations. There's actually an international document on this one called the Basic Principles and Guidelines on the Right to Remedy. This was passed by the UN, and it deals with what are your rights when you've had your serious violations, significant violations of human rights. Right? Well, genocide and colonization, I can guarantee you, is a significant violation of human rights. And this is a cookbook. It lays out all of the things you can do as far as reparations. And that includes land back. It includes restoration and governance. It includes having your history corrected so you're not erased. It includes the colonizer paying for your language programs to restore your language. It includes getting money to restore your economies that they destroyed and so forth. So anyway, this is a 1982 resolution. I put this in here because of Palestine, right? There was bombing going on in 1982. This is a UN resolution. They passed this resolution here condemning the occupation, colonial occupation of Palestine, right? And one of the things interesting in here is they talk about, it includes armed struggle. It is lawful to resist colonial occupation with armed struggle. And that's exactly what the Hamas was doing. Although the killing of women and children and the so forth and the kidnapping of them might itself are violations, but just the act of armed struggle against Israel's occupation is legal. And that's the rest of the. So anyway, I'm almost done here. This is the one case I mentioned this to Phil, and I'll bring it up here. This is a case from 1976 by the District Court in the District of Columbia, involving the same nation that won the McGurk decision recently. All right, this is the Muskogee Creek. And what was happening in this one is the Congress had passed a bill saying that the United States president would appoint the chiefs of the native nations in the 5 settlers tribes or whatever. And they already had a national general council. They had a general council form of government there already, traditional governance. And so in 1907, when Oklahoma became a state, they started appointing the chiefs, but the general councils kept meeting. The traditional form of government kept alive, even though they had no power, they had no money, they had no federal recognition. Some of this sound familiar? They had no relationship with the federal government, but they kept alive, right? So finally, they got around to suing and challenging the authority of the president to establish their governance, like the RA does, right? They challenged that as a violation of their rights. And so in this case, the court ruled that they called it bureaucratic imperialism, that it was an act of imperialism for the federal government to impose its concept of governance onto the native nation here. And it said that it was illegal and outlawed that conduct by the federal government, right? And what did they do? They then, because the general council was still alive, they said, well, it's still there and the people get to make a choice. So it ordered then that it outlawed the appointment of chiefs, and it ordered that that the court supervise a process where the native nation itself would choose which kind of governance it wants, right? And of course, I would imagine it was funded by the federal government because they're the ones that created the problem. So so what did the Creeks end up with? They ended up with both. They have a general council and then they have a chief. So, and that's what they decided. That's self-determination. Okay, in docket 74, I wanted to make a couple of comments here about it. Mario was correct on most of what he was saying in terms of history. He was wrong on a few things. On docket 74, and this is the last decision here in 1988, the one that was done by Tim Coulter and Steve Tolberg. The Court of Claims ruled, number one, they ruled, and this is in several of the other rulings, because the Sioux Tribe of Indians is not existed as an entity since 1890. The suit was brought by 8 present-day Sioux Reservation tribes in a representative capacity. So there's one problem there is they're saying that the Oceti Sakowin ceased to exist in 1890, and as well as governance. And that, but then it also says that you need all of the descendants of the nation as parties to this proceeding, right? So no one of laws can't go by themselves. No one can go by themselves, all right? And then the other thing they said was that the simple fact that the reservation tribes are refusing to accept any settlement award in this court, which does not include the return of land, is indicative of the plaintiff's refusal to comprehend after 35 years of litigation that this court can only award money judgments. So that's the decision there. They were in a court that could not award land. This is the Dan decision, right? And it's saying because we cannot award land, we don't have jurisdiction over what you're asking us to do, which Mario was intervening and saying you need to give us our land back. And the court saying we can't do that. We have no authority to do that. That's this decision. And so once they ruled that, and this is after Mario was trying to intervene, well, after they ruled that way, then what did the court do? It said that that the court wasn't going to recognize a settlement on the parties that they didn't agree to. If you go to court and your attorneys reach a settlement, the attorneys cannot implement that settlement unless your client agrees to it. So all parties have to agree to the settlement. And they said that the settlement that was worked out in the Court of Claims was not agreed to by the parties, and therefore they invalidated that settlement. This was actually not a dispute over the entire settlement. It was a dispute over the U.S. government claiming offsets to the money. The government was saying, we don't owe you as much as you think we do because we gave you certain benefits. Remember the treaty benefits, we gave you benefits. So they said, well, we're going to take that out of the money you're asking. That's what this was about. But then they went on to say, but, you know, and Mary was saying, we fired our attorneys, we fired our attorneys, we fired our attorneys. Oglala and Rosebud were saying that, right? They're no longer attorneys. The court said, well, you've had these attorneys for 30 years. They said, Mario, you're coming in too late. Why didn't you come in earlier? It's too late. We're not going to admit you. They wouldn't let him come in. And they said, we're going to go with the attorneys you have, which was Sinosky and Lazarus, right? And by the way, why does Standing Rock still have Sinosky as its law firm if they were the ones that were taking from the tribe in these decisions, enforcing the money on the tribe? Why is, and the Dakota Access challenge, right? Where did they went, Sinosky handled that challenge. Of course, they didn't raise treaty rights or the right of consent. They turned it over to the Sierra Club. But anyway, that's aside. But anyway, so they didn't admit Mario, and they said, we're going to go ahead with your current counsel. Current counsel, they wanted their 10%, they wanted their money. So they went ahead and authorized the settlement and took the money, right? So the money's been sitting in the bank. And as Mario said, basically it's a done deal from the point of the government. So when you go in to talk about docket 74, government's going to be having a dollar bill and talking about money, right? You're going to come in and you're going to talk about land, right? So you cannot do this under federal Indian law. It just won't work. You've got to invalidate federal Indian law, which means you have to challenge the plenary authority. You have to challenge, as Steve mentioned, void ab initio. The whole thing is rotten to the core. The whole thing, right? So you need to burn it down. But you, short of that, you can engage in a political process. You can still go to the federal government, sit down with them, talk to them like Mario wants to do. If he can get them to the table, great. Get the treaty councils together and you say, look, you say you owe us this amount of money. We say we want our land back. What can we do? And all it takes is an act of Congress. It doesn't take another treaty. Congress can say, well, we're going to keep the money, right? But we're going to recognize that we're the illegal occupiers of your land, right? And you can ask for reparations, I suppose, but that'll be another discussion. But yeah.
Andy, over here. This is field to you. Why did if the U.S. government could not issue land, Why did they have a Black Hills Claims Commission?
Why did they have what?
Why did they have a Black Hills Claim Commission process? If they
Because it was
cared-
just to claim money, period. They were not.
From the beginning, right?
From the beginning, they were never allowed to return any land. Ever, ever. Never existed, right? So, thank you. And that's all I have. I'm sure I've taken way much more time than you wanted to take.
Can I ask you, Andy, can I ask you a question? Because I kind of want to repeat what you had up there regarding that.
Could you identify yourself?
That's Bryce Underwood's elected council rep for the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe and also been involved with the Treaty Council since 1996. And I've done a lot of work for the Elders Council there on Good River, where in 2005 and 6, my mother and Hankashi took a petition around and we got 60 something signatures of elders. And we took it into the IRE Council, those 16 points. And the 16th points was to develop a written constitution that would establish great prosperity for who we are. And it's right here, and it's signed. And it defines us. If you read the preamble and all the international accords and doctrines and everything that's in here, it puts us in the seat at the United Nations. What some of those elders I work for were told by other Western countries, leaders, that our nation was going to have a seat at the United Nations. And that's probably what the Organization of American States and some of those indigenous leaders that met with our leaders in 2004 in Puerto Rico. And then they came out with a accord, they came out with a claim then that's pretty prevalent for today, that 2004. But from 2005 and 6, these 16 points, this year, it doesn't say nothing about Secretary of Interior, about 20 times as the IRE plate constitution, which I've studied and rewritten as other elders have done on the reservation, and couldn't make that IRE template make it into who we are. And now we have a signed constitution here that you have to register into the OSPIA. And you have to do that by thumbprint. You have to have your thumbprint read. And on that registration form, we want to know either your Christian name or your Lakota name. But specifically, we want to know what band you're from. And your thumbprint goes onto that registration form. There's something very important about this thumbprint, because nowadays our people have almost become godless. Our young people and older people, like we forgot we have a God.
Bryce, what is the question?
And
Do you have a question?
I
on
had that,
something?
I want to refute that, what he had up there about you don't need a written constitution, because he went against everything that we've done over there on the Good River with the elders council, by having that statement up there. And
No,
this
I
here
think
is
what
called
you're
the
talking,
the Constitution of the Tituayate of the Oceti Sakowin.
yeah,
It was signed February 2nd, 2019.
right. No, I think what you got there is great. I always think you don't have to have one, but that certainly doesn't prevent you from, and you get one when you write it down, you're protected that way. So that's, yeah, no, that's a good deal. I wasn't saying you don't need one. I was just saying for them to come around and say you didn't exist because you didn't have a written constitution is bogus. You know, England doesn't have a written constitution. It still exists as a nation. So the fact that Native peoples dealt with things orally or with pictures and things like that, and they had other kinds of ways of communicating, doesn't mean that they didn't exist.
Andy, we're ready to go. In our elders council and the 4 bands, we need to get going now.
Yeah.
You
More
know,
power to you.
we need to start getting going now and start taking action as this says. We need something in right. I got the Holy Bible in Dakota. I got the 68 treaty in Dakota and this IRE template in Lakota. They're all in Lakota.
Great.
I'd like to interject something. Remember the Arapaho and Shoshone, they don't have a constitution. The treaty councils do not need a constitution or a charter. Remember, it all goes back to who we have been for thousands of years. 1,000 years ago, our charter is who we are as we existed, even till today. And I don't think treaty councils need anything written.
With that statement, I have to refute that too, because these elders that didn't support this, they left their children and grandchildren out in the dark. And the elders, that 66 that wanted this, they set something down for us, for this younger generation. They set something in place with them. And the old deal, that's what it is. That's who created this. It means like this first principle right here, section 1, constitutional principles, article 1, 3 fundamental principles that form the foundation of the Tito Ayate are a belief in Wakantanka, the great spirit, the creator God, respect for Mother Earth and all her inhabitants, and respect for traditional law, natural law, spiritual law, international law. That's our old deal with our creator.
Okay, I think we need to move on. Thank you. Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you, Bryce.
Okay, that's a wealth of information there. Andy brought up, so that's I think I seen some strategies in it.
Manny, Steve Newcomb has his hand up over there.
Oh, okay.
Press that button. Can somebody give him a microphone? I know it's you, Steve, but could you identify yourself? Thank you.
Yeah, Steve Newcomb with the Indigenous Law Institute. I guess I was, thank you for that presentation, Andy. A couple of comments I wanted to make. I was, unless I missed it, I was, and I did step out a couple of times, but did you manage to put the Yakima Nation amicus brief into your presentation? Because I think that given that this is one of the most innovative actions on the part of any Indian nation in the history of the United States and the history of the world, that would be a good thing to include in what you're presenting. The other thing is that the when the federal Indian law system is said to be racist, okay, that's an argument for sure. But the problem that I see with that, it's sort of like that business about going from Christian to Christian and heathen to European, non-European, and then to race. So it's like 3 removes from the actual origin of that system in terms of how it was put together. The other thing is that the Mabo decision only, the way in which that worked is that the Supreme Court of Australia brought the Australian system consistent to the same level as Johnson versus McIntosh. So it was, they weren't recognized as having anything. Prior to that, it was terra nullius. But then they said, well, they want to recognize them as having a right of occupancy, which the legislature undid all that over the next 20 years or so. And then, so that's a conversation. Lastly, the situation with the Dan sisters, That was an individual claim. An individual claim, not a claim by a Native Nation. And Indian Law Resource Center and those guys undermined the opportunity for the Western Shoshone National Council and the Western Shoshone Nation to bring that into an international arena. So why in the heck they would do that? It's unbelievable. It's unconscionable that they would interfere with the ability of an Indian nation to begin to challenge these things. Thank you. Whoopie.
Let me interject something again. I'm always pushing and reminding ourselves about inherent sovereignty. We don't need a written charter to exist as a Lakota people. We have been existing for thousands and millions of years. A mother does not need to be a written charter, or a father doesn't need to be a written charter. A warrior society does not need a charter, and a treaty council does not need a charter. They just exist from the Lakota traditional leadership. We do not need written charters because of our inherent sovereignty.
What does that mean? You said a lot of things, but it don't really mean anything what you said, because from the date this was signed, February 2nd, 2019, been coming to these meetings, and this has been in place since 2019, and we still can't unite, even though our spiritual leaders told us, Teach-Wan, unite 4 years. We got 1 more year. You heard it. Everybody heard it. I heard it. And yet there's not one legislative action here that's been taken
Let's end this discussion, move on to the
to
next subject.
protect anything,
Yeah.
Well, we're moving on to the next on the agenda. And the next one is our Pactola Visitor Project. And that's with Richard Myers. Okay. Oh, behind us. All right.
So I hate to do this in a disrespectful way, so I'm going to try to just move real fast because I got a note on a text that I need to make a doctor's appointment at 3:45 with my daughter who's playing at the basketball thing, some kind of thing. So I could go on and on, but let me begin by just saying how many takiapi. Washitia Richard Myers, Richie Machiapelo. La Colia Wambly Kiawichasha. The talks from yesterday to today, my brain is spinning. I'm enjoying everything. Very, very, lively debate, lively thoughts. If I had to, the basic concept of Star Wars comes to mind. So I'd be like Darth Vader's ugly stepchild if that's what we're doing. I work, in the abstract sense for the colonizer, right? I work for the United States of America's federal government. That said, I work for the USDA, U.S. Forest Service, and it's rather new to me. I took the job in September of 2022 under the administration prior to Biden, which I don't need to say who that was. Things were not funded and things were definitely not going well. Contingent on who's in power, like a pendulum, you have funding for programs that try to do good for Indian country, and you have others that defund it and kind of don't want to listen at all. So, Wambli Elwati, I was going to tell my Gaka Richard Moose Camp I got his vest on, but I'm a little chepa, so it doesn't fit like it should. But one of the things that I was just going to mention today is the kind of success that we have had in working with the Treaty Council. And to be honest, Phil Two Eagle and everybody in Treaty Council has been kind of word-wise. If I was to say and jump out of my position now, I've had many hats in my time. I'm I guess a sociolinguistic anthropologist, bunch of words there. The conversations of interpretation of the English language, interesting. As a writer for the Bush and Obama administrations at the Department of Interior for those years, I was a little bit cynical about the government, but even more cynical when I left back to academic work. I've returned to public service, but this idea of, again, where are we at with the treaty? It's a really fascinating thing from Mario Gonzalez's perspective of get real or own the fact that federal Indian law is there, to Mr. Reed's positions and Treaty Council and most Lakota people that if you don't accept payment, then it's not a done deal. So the controversy that is discussed in the underbelly to things is still very present in the forest. For those who are the higher ups in the Black Hills National Forest, I guess it's considered a rough job to have. We've had a rollover of leadership for quite some time. Ideally, there's someone coming on board, I believe, in January. Name escapes me. I would be remiss if I didn't say my colleague, John Vladimiritsev, he's also a good friend, is back there at the table. We're both the Tribal Relations Region 2 program managers, so we cover 5 states. I was specifically, when this project began, a part of just the Black Hills National Forest. I'm now a part of it still, but tag on 30 more tribes to the official affiliated 16. The Pactola Visitor Center is possibly going to be called Chesapa, or maybe some other name that the tribes and everybody comes to a consensus on. The notion that this would be the first place in the Black Hills, well, obviously not the first place, but the first place since the theft to be an articulation from the tribe's perspectives for cultural interpretation and so on and so forth. So it's a foot in the door. It's been, I'd like to say over a year, but my time frame, I had that COVID, so I might be COVID foggy. But the time frame, we've had bi-monthly meetings, and the tribes, are always dealing with different types of dilemmas. But the spearheads were Rosebud Sioux Tribe got everything in and done in terms of paperwork and all of the particulars. We then had Standing Rock, Oglala Sioux Tribe, Cheyenne River, and then Crow Creek all along. They got their stuff in. The document was executed Wednesday, or right before the Tribal Nations Summit last Wednesday. So things were coming at a time where there was a big push, and it was signed with those tribes, but the expectation is that more tribes will join on and we'll do a more formal spring ceremony of a signing and whatnot. But there's tremendous work to still be done. The Forest Service is really under some positive leadership with the citizen of the Rosebud Sioux. Reed Robinson has, kind of is at the helm of things in the tribal relations program in DC. The concepts of trust obligations, all that was said today is fascinating because it's hard to argue against the harsh realities of what colonialism is and has done. But upholding the basic trust responsibilities of the United States government on top of treaty obligations and doing their best to try to do an action plan within the U.S. Forest Service. That's the immediate kind of moment we're in as the U.S. Forest Service goes. And so there's been a really tremendous effort to get those conversations and relationships built. I'm very honored to be here, even though I'm trying to get out of here. Just Phil has done tremendous work. The conversations that have been had to this point and ongoing through tomorrow, I'll be back tomorrow to catch things. But there's interesting words when you're writing about a dirty history. And I got a whole 30 pages if I wanted to, and I had a whole bunch of time. But I'll not subject you to that as much as, moving forward is the best thing we can do with the things that we have in front of us at the moment. And coming full circle, I remember bringing Virgil Killstraight with Steve here in 1996, right as I was kind of completing my undergraduate studies out in Massachusetts. So it's interesting it's been many years since then, but I've really enjoyed what's going on and the work you guys are all doing, and I thank you. And then I want to say, and I'm out, and ask John any questions, but no, I got
I'd
it.
like to interject something.
Mhm.
Timber sales, why are Indian schools not included in money that are generated from the timber sale?
Indian schools? That's a good question. I can look into it, and you got John at that table, but I'm not sure that where I'm real new, I didn't know that Indian schools ever had any wood coming to them. But
No, the sales from the timber. The schools in the state of South Dakota are given a percentage of that money generated.
dang,
All except Indian schools.
I can try to answer that, but I just wanted to interject that the project, maybe you're looking at Mario's approach, but the treaty approach we're going to get at least 3 acres of land back. We are getting land back, so that's a success for the treaty council. And to answer answer your question about timber, is we have to be careful about that, because if we accept any revenues from the timber sales, when the Black Hills settlement is not resolved, would imply that we are accepting Black Hills money. That's why. Bill, grab a microphone.
I'm gonna bail on you guys, and like I said, don't
It's
want
called
to
a
be disrespectful.
25%.
I'm gonna make the 345. I gotta cut across town. Well, one last. Okay, thank you.
Can you get that youth conservation corps going?
Thank you, Rich.
See if he's right here.
Hey, I got a reply to that because I've been working on that myself with a legislator. Her name is Dawn Foster, or anyway, she's a senator now, representing our area. Her, and then when also Heiner was in as a legislator, we introduced a bill. So the last 2 sessions, we introduced a bill to ask the legislature what you're asking. How come Indian schools can't receive part of the money that comes from the timber sales? Half of that money goes to the state. The other half goes to the schools in the Black Hills area. Which ones, I don't know for sure. But we were trying to get the Indian schools, because that's our land, to be able to participate in that revenue. And so they said, well, that would take an act of the state government, because for whatever reason, they've been given the delegated authority by the U.S. Forest Service to deal with that issue. And so we tried last 2 sessions in Pierre to get a bill introduced, and we couldn't get a hearing. So it'll probably go in again this winter in a couple months. But we never got a hearing, which means it never came to the floor and we never were able to provide witnesses of, kids in schools that need that money. But it's being worked on. And maybe if we get Ms. Foster here, she'll be able to answer that question. But we've tried last 2 legislative sessions to introduce that in the state government. Has been unsuccessful yet. We're still working on it.
Also, we were only talking about the Pactola project. The forest area is another topic that maybe we'll bring up at another time.
I know that's another area that needs to be addressed. Definitely, there's no parity there at all. So, the next agenda is the Native American DNA origins. Dr. Nathaniel Jensen.
So I think it should be, yeah. Computer takes a minute to boot up, excuse me. Good? Yeah, okay. Sorry about the delay. Thank you very much to the Treaty Council, to Phil Two Eagle, who first invited me. It's a real honor to be here. I want to speak to you about a topic that understandably has created a lot of hurt and anger and angst. My hope is that the next few minutes will be helpful to you. I have about 6 or 7 points I'd like to make. If you consider what to do about DNA testing, what role it could have, what could the government do to use it against you. So that's my goal, is that this will be helpful. Now, Phil had said, tell a little bit about yourself. Lakota's like a story. So my background then, so you know where I'm coming from. I don't have any native blood that I know of, very much from the outside looking in. I grew up knowing next to nothing about Native American history before Europeans arrived. And it was a blank spot in my mind for decades. And I'll come back to that in a minute. By training, I'm a geneticist and a biologist. And so about 14 years ago, I started working in nonprofits. I began with the question of the origin of species. If you've looked at the National Institutes of Health and their research budgets, they have a $45 billion annual research budget, which heavily funds human research. So I began to shift my focus towards the question of human origins about 7 or 8 years ago. And then I zeroed in on a particular type of human DNA research in a minute, and I'll come back to this, and this is what eventually gets me into Native American history. But I want to jump to my first takeaway point here. I want us to consider 2 types of DNA tests. If you've taken a DNA test or you've heard about it, this first type is likely what you've heard about. It's called the autosomal DNA, or the DNA you get from both parents. It's the vast majority of our DNA. And there's 2 drawbacks to this. Every type of DNA testing is a bit of a double-edged sword. There's advantages and drawbacks. The advantage of this type of testing is that you get information from both sides of your family tree. The drawback to this is that it's, well, twofold, only good for a couple of generations. Because DNA doesn't change every generation, at least the total amount of it. All of us represent 50% genetically each of our parents, who are 50% each of their parents. So I'm 25% each of my grandparents. And if I can fit this on the screen, 12.5% great grandparents. The genetic signal gets diluted every generation. So it's only good for a few generations of history. That's the first drawback. So if you've taken a test and it gives you percentages, it's probably only representing what your grandparents are. And the other drawback is, I think of all the tests, this is the most likely to be used by the government to try to determine tribal membership. The other type of testing that I want to talk to you about is the DNA testing or the type of DNA that gets inherited only through males. I'd like to talk about females. That would be mitochondrial DNA, but there are statistical issues everyone in the field can't solve yet. So I'm hoping in the future I'll be able to say something about this. But for the time being, and for the last few years, I've been focusing on this male inherited DNA. Because it is passed on from fathers to sons. I got mine from my dad. I've passed mine on to my 3 boys. I have 4 kids, 3 boys. It only represents a small fraction. Because there's no female component, it doesn't get diluted. So in theory then, so every generation there's mistakes that are made. On average, it's about 3 mistakes per generation. This acts like a clock. Again, there's no dilution from the female. So in theory, I can go back far in time. Or to explain it this way, I got my Y chromosome from my dad, likely 3 mistakes. If you're to compare my Y chromosome to my dad's, if you compare mine to one of my boys, another 3 mistakes. So if you compare my boys to my father, their grandfather, 3 plus 3 would be 6. There should be 6 mistakes. That's how it acts like a biological clock, measuring the passage of time, generation. So in theory, we could compare the Y chromosomes of the men in this room. We could compare them to the Y chromosomes of men around the globe, count the number of differences, and then you just basically divide by 3 to figure out how many generations ago any 2 men last shared a common ancestor. So you have the potential to go deep in history. There are some quirks to this test that I think make it a poor, an unattractive tool to the government to use it against the Native American community. Now, governments are corrupt, and so they can find a way to corrupt anything. But of these 2 tests, my impression is this is less threatening than would be the other one. This represents, you probably can't see the details here because it's zoomed way out, but a study from 2020 of 600 men from around the globe. This represents Europeans, North Africans, Sub-Saharan Africans, Middle Easterners, Central Asians, East Asians, Pacific Islanders. There's Native Americans in this tree. This represents what happens if you compare all these Y chromosomes, count the differences, you get a visual display, and this is what emerges. It looks like a family tree. The colors and letters are just semi-arbitrary designations to help anyone who's looking at it figure out where exactly they are in the tree. So this, I think, and this is my first takeaway point then. If you're thinking about this as a nation, should we do DNA testing? My recommendation would be to go the route of the Y chromosome, and maybe in the future the mitochondrial DNA if we can figure that out. Because this, I think, gets you, number one, deeper into the past than just a few generations. If you want to say what happens before Europeans arrived, this, I think, will give you the answers in a way that autosomal DNA probably cannot. Beyond 5% or lower, I don't think that autosomal DNA is very useful. So I know I'm getting into the weeds here, and there's a lot of ground we're going to cover, but my hope is these takeaways will be useful to you, even if you're not following all the nitty-gritty detail. Again, I'm summarizing for sake of time. Now, probably the biggest question for anyone is, well, what about privacy? And I think I have some good news on this front. I've had a conversation with a retired CEO of Family Tree DNA, which is one of the bigger genetic testing companies in the United States. They have a database of over 200,000 Y chromosome tested men, heavily European because it used to be a US-based company. I think an Australian company bought them out now. But I told him a couple years back, I said, look, I'm working with Native Americans. I said, with all due respect, they don't trust you. He said, I understand. And he said, there's a way we can work with that. He said to me, so right now, if you go to Family Tree DNA, you pay money, they're going to ask you for informed consent, signature, they have all your personal information. Part of that is to protect them from lawsuits. It's ironic if you look at the history. I'm not a lawyer, but my impression is from having to understand it for my own sake. A lot of this goes back to the Research Acts of the 70s, which arises out of the Nuremberg Code. And these laws that are designed to protect people get turned around and you disclose your personal information. So he said to me, if you want to do it privately, so I was thinking of me doing a project, but if you want to do it as a nation, my guess is you could designate a point person for this. He said, so long as I could assure him that I was taking care of the ethical side, getting informed consent, I had an institutional review board overseeing what I was doing. So again, I think we could translate it to your situation. If you had someone who had an institutional review board, someone who could give them assurance that they wouldn't get a lawsuit, basically is what it boils down to. If you or I worked with him, he said then he could send test kits to the point person. The point person could distribute the test kits, which is just a cheek swab. I don't think there's any blood involved, and collect the test kits back, send them to the company. So that point person has the personal information, again, just because of the way the laws are, someone has to get informed consent. But then the company only gets the tubes with samples and numbers. They don't get someone's personal identifying information. That's, I think, a way to go about doing this perhaps at a nation level. So my second takeaway here is I think there are ways to do this semi-privately. Now, I've had an entrepreneur come to me and say, well, what if I'm with an organization, nonprofit, Answers in Genesis, how about AIG builds a lab? And we looked into it, and it's millions of dollars. And so there are ways to do it fully privately. They seem to be very expensive. This is, I think, a lot cheaper. So I was saying, what if I did what if we did a 100 men, 1,000 men or something? And he was saying you could do a discount. So just to give an example, if you go to Family Tree DNA right now, you get a full Y chromosome sequence, you want the raw data, it's going to cost you about $550. But that's a lot cheaper than millions of dollars to get all the equipment from Illumina or one of these major testing companies or manufacturers of the testing equipment. So there's ways I think this can be done depending on the level of detail. And I should give you my background. People have asked me often, what's the danger? I said, call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think all the companies are corrupt. I think all the data is going to China. The flip side of this, it's not a silver lining, it's maybe an irony, just the facts of inheritance of biology. I learned this from a fellow geneticist. He said to me, as we were discussing the issue of privacy, he said to me, I might already be in the database. I've had my Y chromosome tested, but it's true for anyone. You may already be in the database in the sense that if a third cousin gets a DNA test, they share DNA with you because you have a common ancestor. And so some of your DNA, like it or not, in a sense, was his point, may be in the system. And that's something I'll talk about as we go on here. Some of the privacy may already be compromised, I guess is what it comes down to. So there have been some situations. I was speaking to a lady in Southeast Asia. She didn't give her location, and I tried to speak somewhat in code, given her proximity to China. And she was working with a minority group and discussing, is it worthwhile to do testing with them? And we basically mutually agreed, no, not at this point. The risks outweighed the rewards for whatever group it was. I've felt less risk as a majority group in the United States, but my impression is for Native Americans, there's already enough published data out there. If I were in your shoes, I guess, which I'm again from the outside looking in, but given what's already known about Native American DNA, my impression of some hostile foreign power wanting to develop a bioweapon to take out Native Americans, I think is less. If we were talking New Guinea, and I've got contacts in New Guinea, they have a very unique genetic signature, very deep branches on the family tree. I do have concerns. China is doing a form of colonialism over there right now, and I would be afraid for their sakes to do some project like this. So that may not be good news. I bring up world events here, but I want to be transparent about what's what's at risk, what's at reward. My impression is, from a scientific perspective, there isn't as much risk to Native Americans as there might be for some other groups. And I think there may be ways to do it semi-privately. Okay, now back to some of my own story. I still haven't told you how I got into Native American history myself. I moved to Northern Kentucky in 2015, town of 20,000 people, but it had a good library, and I found this book. So this is where I begin to fill in the void of Native American history, this book, 1491 by Charles Mann. One of his main points was to talk about new developments, so over the last 50 years, about the understanding in the academic community about how many people were here on the eve of Columbus's arrival. So that's why he has the book titled 1491. And that following his arrival, a massive population collapse. So this was fresh in my mind as I was trying to analyze this Y chromosome tree within the last couple of years. And one of the lessons I learned in graduate school was you take what you know, you beat it to death until it yields all of its secrets. So I kept thinking, we know there's been this massive population collapse among Native Americans. Where is the genetic smoking gun of this? There should be a genetic smoking gun of this. And you might say, how can genetics show that? And I'll tell you that in a minute. So I was trying to figure out for this tree, what's the overall time scale? Where's the beginning of this tree? And one of the main test cases for me then was, how do you make sense of Native American history? So I want to put DNA aside for the moment and think about, let's say we had a time machine, we could go back in time and watch the history of the Americas in real time and see the invisible, basically, see people's family trees. So what I've drawn here is a hypothetical family tree. Again, we'll come back to DNA in a minute. What I'm going to get to is you can see the genetic smoking gun of a collapse if you can see a family tree with DNA, which I think we can. But first, just family trees in general. So what I've drawn here on the left side of the screen is, I just picked a couple centuries before Columbus. Presumably to get a lot of people here, there's going to be population growth. And that's recorded in family trees. So right now, my own family, you can think of it immediate families. It's me and my wife, and we have 4 kids. So it's 2 branches on our family tree at my generation, 4 branches in the next generation. That's population doubling, our family's growing. So representing population growth then before Europeans as branches multiplying. Surely that's happening. And I deliberately drew 10 branches so that when we get to the dashed line of Columbus, I'm Xing out 9 of them to represent 90% of the population gone. And then that one branch, 10% of the population survives. And then late in history, depending on where you are in the Americas, populations begin to recover. One of the data points I had in my head, the Navajo Nation website lists about 9,000, 10,000 people in the late 1800s, and now they have by census several hundred thousand. So their population has begun to recover. And you're going to see an echo of that genetically as well. So I'm bringing up genetics. Let's just think for a minute though about family trees. This is how the family tree would look if we had a time machine. We could watch it happening, branches expanding and then being extinguished. But what if we sampled the Y chromosomes of men in this room? What would your DNA look like? If we could reconstruct a family tree, what would your branches look like? And what would it look like if there was a population collapse? In essence, what we're asking is, what if we're on the right side of the screen and we got DNA from these men? What would the branch look like? So if there's a population collapse, whole village is gone, all those distant relatives gone, they don't have descendants. So we don't have access to their DNA today in the form of living people. So if you were to get DNA from the survivors, so everyone in this room then is survivors of the population collapse, what you'd see is a flat line. So where there were once branches separating out because there was population growth, those people died. So flatlining, of course, is used in medical circles for hearts beating. And then if it flatlines, it's great danger because the person's dying. There's I think, an accurate double meaning here, double significance. That's the signature of a collapse as well. Where there once were branches, you don't see them anymore. They disappear because those people are gone. Now, what if we reconstruct a family tree from male inherited DNA, the Y chromosome, among Native Americans? And I'm going to go back to this 2020 study, but really it's representative of so many more. What do you see? And once you see it, it's hard to unsee it. Over and over again, you see flat lines. This is a study then they looked at the Pima of, I think, of Northwest Mexico, Southwest United States, the Mayans, Colombians, a couple of Brazilian groups. But again, there's other studies that are out there in the academic literature. Flat lines, flat lines, flat lines, over and over again. And then towards the, oops, there's my mouse. Towards the right side, you can begin to see some of this population recovery. So that was a key for me in trying to think through, how do I make sense of this tree? Where's the smoking gun? There it is. And you see it over and over and over again. And again, once you see it, it's hard to unsee it. And you can take the same data and graph it out this way with the timeline on the bottom and population size. So, you know, the curve rises, flatlines, and then recovers. Now, why is that significant? So that's part of my own story. There's two things that came out of this. The dates that I just gave you arise only if you shorten the overall timescale of human history. So what I'm telling you is not mainstream science. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, I'm not with the government. We'll probably never get government money because what I'm doing isn't mainstream. They reject this. But here it is. There's that smoking gun of the population collapse and recovery, which I don't think you see in the mainstream community, the recovery part. So it developed a new timescale, and I think this is where I was doing a series of videos, and this is maybe what Phil Twiegel had seen, the significance for y'all and for Indigenous communities. This new timescale led to a profound confirmation of Indigenous histories. I'll give you a few examples, and this is ongoing. Perhaps the most egregious example would be the red record of the Wallam Olam of the Delawares, or Lenni Lenape. The history of this document goes back to the early 1800s. It supposedly was collected by a Kentuckian from a Lenni Lenape man, and it was the subject of study and investigation for a century and a half or so. And in 1995, a guy by the name of Ostreicher published his PhD thesis arguing that the red record was a fraud, invented out of whole cloth by this Rafinesque, I think was his name. And he got the Delaware Nation to rescind their endorsement of this. And I think that still is the status to this day. Now, the red record has, if you read it, and I think it's out of print, but you can find copies online. There's e-libraries, you can check it out. It has a very detailed sachem by sachem record of a migration. And you can map it out from basically Alaska down the western coast of Canada, across the Great Plains, all the way over to the East Coast. And there are internal clues from the document itself as to the time frame. And this time frame happened to find a very clear echo in genetics. Now, I don't have answers to all of Ostreicher's objections to why he thinks the red record is a fraud, but my thought was, here you have a document, early 1800s, that makes claims that anticipate genetic discoveries a century or two in the future. How could a fraudulent document do that? You have to, I mean, how could this guy see the future when he's inventing something out of whole cloth? Real history makes these sorts of predictions. So my position is this is real history, and I'll tell you more of the reasons why. So I guess my training, my background is science. You're constantly testing hypotheses, digging deeper. So there was this initial agreement between the red record, the Wallam Olam, and genetics. Well, let's keep digging. And just to give you a few more examples of indigenous histories lining up exactly with this new genetic timeline, the Aztecs have the Codex Chimalpopoca, which is a year-by-year account going back to 635 AD, lines up exactly with the genetics. So we have a North American, a Central American example, and a South American example. And I've got an archaeological textbook on my shelf in my office back in Kentucky, and this is how I found out about this document from, it was a conquistador in the late 1500s, writing in Spanish. I have the English translation. It's a really interesting read. Now, I became aware of this because the archaeology textbook poo-pooed it. You can't trust this, it's mythological. The early stuff doesn't make any sense. Well, you read it. De Sarmiento talks about, he talked to the people there. They apparently had written records. He spoke to the elders. He wrote it down. He read it in the public square, said, if there's anything wrong with what I've said, please correct it. So in a sense, a form of peer review, which is the scientific standard today. Then he gave his own introduction about his 1500s era Catholic interpretation of what the history of the Americas was. I think he called the Incan section the fable of the Incas. So he was clearly condescending, dismissive. I don't think you can make the case that he was reading his own ideas into it because he dismissed it. But they have this is a king by king account, essentially, with very detailed dates. It's precise numbers. I've read other accounts. There's a Iroquoian document where the guy writes very hesitatingly. He uses rounded numbers. Well, maybe this many years ago. This doesn't read like that. It's this guy was this old when he had this son. He ruled for this many years. And it goes back to 565 AD. Again, exactly in line with the genetics. So here we have examples up and down the Americas where I think the indigenous histories, which have so frequently been dismissed by the mainstream community, are lining up exactly with modern genetic discoveries. And I would argue because they're true, not because there's some accidental confirmation of fables. Now, I mentioned I guess the way I think is you keep investigating. Once you make a discovery, a good discovery generates more hypotheses. So I'm gonna talk about real briefly some of the ways we've explored this further. This got me excited to dig deeper and say what other Indigenous histories are out there. And really the Walla Moulton has been a baseline. So my fourth takeaway here is that this can fill in gaps. Point 4 may sound like it contradicts point 3. So let me explain what I'm trying to say here. In the Red Record, there are internal clues to the time frame. They say they arrived in the Americas from Asia. They talk about other people here. This is not to say that this is the rule for every group. It's just, this is what this document says. And based on internal clues, there was a couple of centuries of ambiguity as to when this exactly happened. And long story short, I was able to take some of the public databases. Family Tree DNA has public databases of Y chromosomes. They don't have it by nation. They simply have modern political entities. So here's a guy, for example, who is from the United States, Native American, and he's an indigenous lineage. Here's a gentleman who's First Nations Canada, indigenous lineage, and that's it. Canada, United States, Native or no. That doesn't seem like much. But this data in Family Tree DNA is of living people. So I took that data set with some Canadian First Nations, and I took the census data by language grouping. So the Delaware or Lenni Lenape language is part of the Algonquin or Algic language family. 80% of living Canadian First Nations men by census are Algic. And in this genetic data set, about 95% of the Canadian branches fell in a single lineage. And so we could line up these two and say, here is the Algic or the Algonquin genetic lineage. We have it based on genetics then at timestamp, it was the 900s when we know that we could date this. And so to be able to anchor this narrative allowed us to fill in a lot of dates for other events in this. And this is where things really exploded. Went back and looked into, and this is my first opportunity to speak to an Indigenous community and speak to some of the elders. I've been working off of 1800s, 1900s era documents where the US government sent ethnologists to simply go to the Native communities and write down what they said. And what's remarkable is, and I've spoken to Victor, is how much, even from those old documents, agrees with what he's been telling me. So go back and say, what did the Blackfeet say was their origin? What did the Shawnee say? What did the Ojibwe say? And been able to reconstruct a very deep, this is a busy slide, but it's exciting to me because there was so much history now that we could begin to recover. History I never learned growing up, and history, I'd say the vast majority of Caucasian Americans, the world I swim in, have no knowledge of this. So, and I'll get to that more in a minute. Anyway, I don't have time to derive all this and go through the details, but the point is, this initial discovery of this document rejected as a forgery, oh, wait a minute, it actually anticipated genetic discoveries. It looks like it's true. There are clues in the document itself that you can combine with linguistics to be able to reconstruct this whole diagram of their migration. You can bring in archaeology. One of the main events they talk about is a battle against what they call the Telegas. And I think I can make a good case that they were battling with the people at Cahokia. Who built Cahokia? The Natchez and perhaps their Muskogean relatives, I think, can lay claim to this. The Algonquins or Delawares at the time say they were slaughtered by the Cahokians, and they were able to ultimately defeat them, cross the Mississippi, and keep going because, and the 1993 translation of the Red Record, the guy translates the Delaware word as the Iroquois. I think he took it the best guess he could. I think a better interpretation is it was actually, I'm using a linguistic term, Siouan Catawban relatives, perhaps the Winnebagos or others who actually came to the Algonquins' aid, which together defeated Cahokia, the greatest city north of the Rio Grande. The timing lines up so beautifully between what the Red Record says when they defeated the Cahokians, when you look at the archaeology of when Cahokia rose and fell, where they went. Anyway, the Red Record talks about the Telegas fleeing south, and you can see the Mississippian culture still existing in the south after those dates. There are just so many pieces that come together. What gets me really excited, though, is to see when these indigenous histories start cross-talking. Why did the Algonquins go east in the first place? They describe about 50 years of battles on the plains. One of the enemies they described fighting was the North Walkers. Very picturesque, descriptive term. And now I've got a book which has a chapter of an interview over 20 years with an elder of the Mescalero Apache, Bernard II, who was brilliant, spoke 7 different languages, I think, and I think was in charge of the girls' puberty ceremony, which recounts the history of their migrations. And he gave dates basically for when the Mescaleros migrated from their relatives up north. And he said there were 3 groups that preceded them. So then you can kind of do the back calculation to say, when did that happen? And there's a very intriguing overlap in dates between when these people preceding the Mescaleros, other Athabascans, migrated south, and when the Delawares or the Algonquins talk about fighting the North Walkers. So to see all these pieces come together in this, I guess, from a scientific perspective, a puzzle is thrilling to me. So when I say there's gaps, I don't mean to knock the indigenous histories as much as I take them as they're stated. And in this case, the Wallam Olam had this very detailed record, but there was some ambiguity as to what the original date was. Genetics was able to fill in that gap, and that just opened up a whole world of history that we're still working on. Very exciting. Okay, I'm probably over time, so I want to make this last point here quickly. Thinking about Lakota history, so I haven't told you anything about Lakota history because there isn't much genetically available yet that's out there. And I'll maybe my 7th point that I don't have written down will be a caution along these lines. But if you do think as a nation we do want to investigate Y chromosome history, maybe Victor will say, hey, maybe we can use genetic testing to fill in this part or line it up with this part of our migration from North Carolina. Here's something I think every nation, Lakota included, should consider. I put you, but I could put me. My point will be how much collaboration will be needed. And then this is where it comes from, a basic biological fact. So we're all humans, we're Homo sapiens in the scientific terminology. We're sexually reproducing, we're not bacteria who can just, they asexually reproduce, they can just spit off a copy of themselves. So what that means then is, very basic kindergarten fact, we all have 2 parents who each have 2 parents. Oh, there we go, okay. And so I have 4 grandparents, they had 2 parents, 8, 16, on it goes. If you have a phone with a calculator, you can do the math. Go back 1,000 years, how many ancestors did you have? 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. It starts small, but it explodes. So I'll just tell you the answer. If you do that math, in theory, you have billions of ancestors just 1,000 years ago. The world population was in the millions 1,000 years ago, all across the planet. And this is true for me, for you, for everyone, because we're human. We have 2 parents. So there's a contradiction. How do you have billions of ancestors and the world population is in the millions? Can you just get rid of branches on your family tree? It's tempting, but you can't, because as soon as you eliminate branches, then one of your ancestors disappear and you can't exist. But I'm here, you're here, so we must exist. How do you resolve that discrepancy? And the answer is by connecting the branches. So my mother's side and my father's side must connect. I'm more related to myself than I ever thought, because these branches have to come together. That's true at an individual level. It's true at a national level. And you can see this in the Y chromosome family tree. Basically, every nation is going to have branches from other surrounding nations. The only thing that seems to have prevented that in human history is major geographic barriers to migration. For example, the Tibetan Plateau and the Himalayas have kept East Asia and South Asia apart. They're very close geographically, but there's very little genetic intermingling among them. East of the Tibetan Plateau, you've got all sorts of genetic intermingling up and down the Pacific coast from China down to Southeast Asia. You can see links between Taiwan and the Aborigines of Australia. But again, there's that Tibetan Plateau. In Africa, the Saharan Desert has kept, I should say, the Saharan Desert and the surrounding oceans have kept Sub-Saharan Africa as a bit of a genetic island because there's barriers to migration. Within Sub-Saharan Africa, all sorts of genetic intermixing among the nations. Europe has, so I've done my Y chromosome, Europe has an enormous amount. The majority of Europeans have Central Asian ancestry, not back to the Romans or to the Greeks based on the Y chromosomes. And there's connections to India because there is very little geographic barrier between England and India. There have been peoples moving back and forth that whole time. So I can say, without knowing anything about Lakota history, I can almost guarantee that you will have branches from other nations simply because North America doesn't have that many geographic barriers to migration. And even I think in Lakota oral histories, there's a history of migrations. There's going to be interactions. That's not, again, because I know anything about Lakota history or claim to have some special insight. It's simply the math of how family trees work. And so my takeaway here is, let's say you had a number of volunteers who got their Y chromosomes tested. My prediction is you'll find a number of branches. So then to be able to say, okay, well, which branch goes with which nation? That's where other tribes, other nations, I think will be so critical to figure this out, to understand history of the Americas before Europeans arrived. I think it'll require a intertribal, international effort. My sixth point here is just as a, so if this is something of interest, where do we start? I think if you did 100 men, you'd learn a lot. If you did 100 unrelated men, so men who say, well, you find the 100 volunteers, do you know that you have a great grandparent in common with this gentleman over here? If no, okay, good. The point is why I say unrelated, because if they're related, well, you already know the relationship. You don't need a Y chromosome test to establish that. It's how do the various bands or groups relate to one another. That'll give you the information. Now, I didn't put this on here, but my seventh point, I was thinking about this, is, and this is not to push you one way or the other, just sort of an observation about the state of affairs. Genetics is a field that is changing quickly. It is rapidly advancing. And I guess my caution is, and you can take it or leave it, I don't pretend to be in a position of authority, or I'm trying to convince you one or the other. My concern is, if you don't take action, others might. So linguistically, there's going to be, I guess from an academic perspective, there's linguistic relationships between Lakota, Dakota, Assiniboine, Osage, Catawbans. What if the Catawbans say, we're going to do genetic testing? My prediction is they're going to have branches similar to yours, and the data is going to be out there. If you take the lead, you might be able to get ahead of that. Another concern I guess I have is a bit of an irony here. So the Navajo Nation right now, for good reason, I think, has a moratorium on genetic testing. The lawyers can speak to this better than I can. This is just my own reading to try to make sure I'm in compliance. Dealing with misdeeds in the Southwest, and I think it was with the Havasupai, who had given informed consent for a medical study. The researchers decided, well, we're just going to look at the history too, without going back and getting informed consent. The Havasupai sued. They settled out of court for $700,000. And I think the Navajos would say that case wasn't the basis for their own moratorium, but I mean, they're geographic neighbors, and it would raise my concerns if I was right there. My point is, I think I can already identify for you the Athabascan Navajo lineage, because there's enough people who've taken genetic tests, and I don't know if they're Navajo or not. There is one code talker who had taken a test shortly before he died and is in the family tree DNA database, but I have census numbers. Navajos are about 20-25% of indigenous peoples in the United States. There's a branch in that family tree DNA database that's approximately the same. One of the Navajo code talkers is in it. And my point is not, this isn't a threat in any sense. My point is, if I can do it just sitting at a laptop because there's this data that's in public, my concern is who else can do that? So if there's a lot of data already out there, what do you do? And that's not to scare you or to say, well, it just, here's my offering from the perspective of what I've been able to see, what's going on. My concern is the field is advancing, people are already doing it. So I think it's something worth considering as to whether or not to do this. So I have business cards here. If you want to get in touch with me, Phil got in touch with me, but I can give you my email. If you go to this website, answersandgenesis.org/go/trace, Trace was a book I wrote, put your name, email, this goes directly to my inbox. Would love to speak to you. Would love to speak to all of you. If I'm a little shy, it's because it's my first time here and I've been desperate to not break protocol and do something stupid, which is why I've probably had so many Zoom calls with Phil saying, what do I do to make sure I don't do something stupid? So my apologies in advance. I'm also on social media. I've been doing this video series on our Answers in Genesis YouTube channel, which is heavily focused on the indigenous histories and how much is emerging. I'll get to the question here in a minute. I want to end with, you might ask me, why does some outsider care about this? And I'd say, I don't want other Caucasian Americans like myself to grow up like I did, ignorant of what happened and ignorant of those who are still here. So I was given this band. We're still here. Just to confess my own ignorance, I guess, when I first started looking into indigenous histories more, we're a Christian organization. I just started where I knew, started naively, and asked coworkers, do you know anyone who's connected, called reservations out of the blue, which you can probably laugh at how well that went. And so the point though is I got in touch with a missionary in the Navajo reservation. He said, do you know there's third world conditions here? I said, no. I thought that was across the ocean in Africa. And the point of confessing that is, my guess is that's the majority attitude among Caucasian Americans, completely ignorant of you all here. I'm excited to go back home. I've got 4 kids, 10 and under. They're doing world history, and I'm excited when they'll get to US history and I can say, and they'll say, Dad, where'd you go? I went to the Lakotas. Who are the Lakotas? And they can be aware. Because how can you care? My point is not to bring in white saviors or anything like that, but if the majority of Caucasians like me don't even know, can't say, or, who's still here? They don't care. And secondly, why I'm interested, I guess, in my own goals, modest goals and all this, and I call it recovering the history of pre-Columbian Americas. People don't grow up like I am. Caucasian Americans get taught European history. They might say it's boring, they may not care about it, but I think subconsciously there's still a respect. Hey, the Roman Empire, people know what you're talking about. Hey, the Greeks, yeah, they know what you're talking about. They go to Italy, to Europe to see the sites and the remains. They care and they respect it. And if they don't know anything, they grew up like I did, just avoid. There's Pilgrims, Columbus, people they encountered, and that's it. There's no story. How can you have any respect? So that's not a great, marvelous goal. That's just in the Caucasian world I live in. One of my goals, I want to see people, I want to see my kids not grow up like I did. Here's what happened. They learn to respect the people, the nations, the names, the heroes. I've been trying to visit as many archaeological sites as I can. Northern Kentucky is close to Hopewell. And I was just talking to another gentleman here about what first opened my eyes was to go to the Fort Ancient site. And it took me maybe an hour of going through the museum, walking the grounds before it finally clicked like, oh, wow, this is pretty spectacular. And wow, this is really poorly maintained. It looks like it's in the 1950s and nobody cared. And that got the wheels turning like, boy, I'd wish to see Native American communities take these over and do them justice. I mean, people talk about, I'm going to go to Rome and see the ruins. I say to my family, extended family, I'm trying to go to Cahokia. Well, what's that? The greatest city north of the Rio Grande. I mean, that's the ignorance I think that exists is representative. And that's what I'm hoping changes. Okay, I was long-winded, but should we take questions? Questions?
All right, I got one question. First of all, my name is Chanupa Amani. Secondly, I go by this Anglo-Saxon name, Dennis Dwayne Martin Sr. And my people can't even get that correct. So when you talk about genetics and the DNA, the DNA studies, honey tonkashla wa kile omakyake. We onki kopi kile hathanka oyate ki he onki tempe. We're from the Buffalo Nation. Our home is right down the road back here called Wind Cave. So when the buffalo came out, they brought us out. Are you the type of guy that would take this into consideration? Because what my grandpa Roy Martin, Matthew King, Tom Badcock, and the late Grandpa Frank Fusco, these Wichaktalas back then had more of an intellectual identity with our people's nation. Because when you had a northern herd of buffalo, 68 million head, and 68 million head of buffalo in the south, they migrated through here. So our people followed our food source. So the system reduced it. Okay, so now we're buying our meat from the white man. Genetic wise, if we as Lakota people, Mitakepi, and we come from the Tatanka Oyateke, Wanko, you don't really think about what Grandpa and all these old guys told me when I was a little guy. They said, the only way Kokata kiatosh kele ni unk te hanta, wowak sape ki unzik da kia leshun se eon to te naha, Tatanka Oyatik lena iechinka unki chakokte. They told me that if we were ever to continue to exist with our four-legged brothers, which is our people, we would have to go back in that direction. Now, this question to you, and I know you probably get offended,
Do you believe, like my ancestors told me, that all colors of man come from a prehistoric animal?
No, so one thing Phil and I have discussed is part of my being outside the mainstream is being a creationist. So I don't hold to us having a common ancestor, humanity having a common ancestor with some sort of ape or primate. Another thing I wanted to say too is to make sure I'm not, excuse me, over-promising with DNA. I'd say DNA can address migrations, or I should say DNA is a very useful tool, but also very limited. And one thing practically, I guess, is a couple of years ago, I would have been very excited about, there's so much we're going to learn through DNA. And then the more I dug into the indigenous histories, I thought, no, there's so much more you're going to learn with the indigenous histories. I can't tell you the names of the men of the Algonquins who won at Cahokia. The Red Record, the Wallen Olam can. The DNA might tell you, okay, we can see that there was a split in the group of people at this point, but being able to line it up is a little trickier. So I apologize. I don't know that I clarified that earlier. I want to clarify there are severe limits to what DNA can and can't do. And it's the indigenous history that supplies so much more detail, I think, to the history than what DNA can.
My final question to you is this. Mitake piyuk chapo. Okay, and listen to this one too, because a lot of us never listen to, like our mom here. This is my mom, Rebecca Hernanlo. They told me this too. My mom told me this when I was a little boy. She said, the roots of the grass and, plejijota or sage and all that had our own living family trees to it. Just like you're thinking about all that. Well, I checked the root out one time. I pulled it out just to acknowledge what mom was saying. Mom is exactly right, Mitakepi. Because those roots have each extended family's identity and name and their identity of what the blood is. And every time we get to meetings like this, we become confused, because you did mention this. So some people might get upset about how you're going to produce your little understanding with it, okay? Well, for me, and this is me, I don't speak for any of you. Misnala, I'm aiming it at me. I'm going to stick to my people's origin from the Buffalo people, because every time we lighten it, we kill our identity and we also kill our blood. So thank you for doing what you do, but I'm going to stick to my traditional old man and my late mom that gave me an understanding that's still alive in the year 2023. Thank you, young man.
If I could add something there too, your comment sparked a thought in my head. The organization I've been part of, so outside mainstream science, but one of the main points we've made is all of us have the same data, we differ in interpretations. And I feel like the longer I've been in science, I feel like every scientist should know the longer you're in science, the more you realize what you don't know. And how much there's all sorts of if-thens. And I've got a colleague who's also a creationist and who takes a different take on the whole family tree. And I say, I hope you pursue your research because I'm pursuing mine. 99% of the world's men have yet to take Y chromosome tests. There's a lot we don't know, and there's a lot that can change. There's a lot that has changed. And I hope others are working on this because I'm chasing it right now because it works. That's really the ultimate standard in science. Does it work? Not something metaphysical or profound, just does it work, and it's working, so I chase it. And someday it may not work, and then I have to rethink it and reinterpret it. So my point is not to be dogmatic. This seems to be working, I guess, is my point. There seems to be things that are emerging, dots that are connecting among indigenous histories that I feel like have been taken away, and this, in a sense, returns them to where they should be.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jensen. The reason why I brought the reason why I brought Nathaniel Jensen to you is because the Washichu has always been trying to tell us that we were less than human. So now I'm starting to explore into scientific areas to disprove our what they're saying, that we came to the Bering Strait theory. Well, I'm also working on a climate platform to develop scientific evidence that the Washichu is abusing our treaty land. And we need that when we go fight for our land, to tell them that, look, all the oil fields here, the mining over here, you're destroying our treaty land. You need to stop. So whether we like it or not, we need to take a look at scientific evidence and use it for our power to disprove the white man that we are less than human. And we can use something like this, but I'm only bringing it to you now for my elders to take a look at. I'm not asking for any decisions today. I'm trying to follow a protocol of always checking with the elders first. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's very interesting DNA. All of us here, we go to a place where they draw our DNA. You know that? Yeah. IHS? Yes. So it makes me wonder, we go there and they draw my blood and they're supposed to destroy it after a couple of days. But do they destroy it or did they keep it? I don't know. That's what we need to find out. Hmm. Oh, huh. Oh, well, the next,
I have a question.
oh,
Um. oh. Okay, let me sit down. I can't stretch my neck. Okay. Ad otro que tratia pa ashtemi machapina. Makaha etamahi. Makaha kile chunkpe opi mundit ni creek. So recently I discovered through the stories my grandmother told me about Chief Red Dog. And I'm really, really disturbed that the Justice Department of the United States has not given us forensic funding. For example, we have a case in Mundini where an elder man who was a scout for the Army witnessed, and it's in Dr. Eastman's accounts on the hearings that took 40 years after Wounded Knee. But he talks about a fence line where the soldiers did an overkill. And then when he went there to plow that ground the next year, he plowed 2 feet of blood. So it's really disturbing to me to be from this community that is so famous, and yet this government will not account for what they did. And I also noticed from the OST TIPO, we're not on your agenda, but I wanted to bring this up because we have so much human remains sitting in boxes. We have human hair. There's, like in the Berry Museum, that was astounding, that a Crow man killed 16 people to make hair pieces, that we should return to them because they were the ones who did this. So right now, our people are really disturbed in our community. We can't build anything. Every place we try to build, we might possibly find a grave. We went 30 years without an open lagoon system. We lived with a contaminated water well that made our community really sick. We're a really neglected community. And why? So we can prevent a good poverty picture. We don't get new houses. We don't get new anything. And I'm probably the one who doesn't get anything because I'm outspoken. So today, I would like you all to think about this. We have found so many graves and we can't disclose where they are because we're protecting our relatives. And my family tree We come from the Minnekojo people, which makes us related to Chief Red Dog. And there's so many things I'd like to share with you today, but I can't. But that's my question is why we do not have federal funding to test blood, to test human hair and flesh, so we can positively identify why this was done to us. If we do penetrating radar, we do metal detecting, we will find out for sure that these people were unarmed. And this will help remove those medals of honor, those purple hearts. And I'd like to acknowledge the chiefs the next day who went out there and battled those soldiers. So I created with an archaeologist from Paris, France. Some of you know him, Mr. Oliver Laurent. So we did a photo essay of all the places that we need to go and take this equipment to do penetrating radar and metal detecting to show that these men were older men. They were in their 70s. That next day, they captured an ammunition wagon. Reuben Weston gave that report. Later that day, they killed 39 soldiers on Mission Flat behind Red Cloud Indian School. So that's why it's really important today that we get federal funding so we could sit down and we can sort out our claims. And today, people say I'm emotional, but I'm a woman, I cry easy. But last year, my 13-year-old grandson came back from the Bigfoot ride. He rode 32 miles, freezing cold. He got up the next day and he was crying. So I ask all of you today to think about that. He wanted to know why those white men came and killed all these children. And it's because of the Black Hills. They targeted two groups of people who would not sign treaties, Sitting Bull's people and Crazy Horse people. Sitting Bull's daughters had to stay at the stronghold for over a year. They were being hunted. Those numbers are not exact. They're not true. Over 680 people were impacted, and we're still looking for their graves. So I'm now in the process of training young people. I have 2 of my trainees, 3 of them with me today. And I broke my hip a year ago, so I can't hardly walk. But after I went to the Sundance, and I'd like to acknowledge Ivan Lukenhorst for doing that and his wife. Richard Broken Nose for coming back to the place where we must pray, because when we did this ceremony today, I'm walking. We did a ceremony that was a spring ceremony, and we were right at the edge of summer, and we did this. So these ranchers and farmers all around the state of South Dakota should thank us women. Thank that woman who had that dream, because South Dakota got water. They need us. These people need us, but we don't need them. We need to remember that. So our children might grow up with no money and everything, but they're rich in our culture. I have a little Kakoja. Every day I talk to her. She's talking. So thank you, all of you, for listening to me. Mitakayasi.
Oh, thank you. We move on our agenda. The next one on the agenda is the THPO update. Ione Quigley, one either.
Homitakiapi, hokelachti, chechi chaktie,
Takomani mawiyana, takomani tiwahe tioshpae oyate hena wagluita. Cha hokelakti mitakuye oyasi epre. E hake ke kui e macha piunka washitia ion quigley hemia. I am the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And I work with other THPOs from the Oceti Sakowin as well. And I can speak somewhat for them, but usually we speak for our tribe. So I do honor and respect the other Oceti Sakowin. In fact, all the THPOs in our country who work at protecting and preserving our way of life. So 1 year ago today, I was actually here, standing before you, asking how we could unite, how we could work together. Yuptayala was the word I asked everyone to think about and to absorb inside them. Yuptayala, starting from within yourself and then going out to your families, just like Victor said, and then to the Tioshpaye and Oshpaye and then the Oyate. So when we do this and then we come together like the Big Dipper that we use as a model, then I think that inside of that dipper, we can have and contain all children, all elders, our way of life. So the Tribal Historic Preservation Officers of the Oceti Sakowin, we all have a mission statement. And within that mission statement, we have wording in that statement of protection and preservation of sacred places, ceremonies, language, history, the Wachpeoyate, the Wamakashkoyate, and of all cultural resources such as water. We cannot have life without water, such as air, the land, and the people themselves. We have to save ourselves. We have to save our language, and sometimes even the lives of our own people. So with that, doing this, each TIPO works under 5 federal laws, and that is the law of the National Environmental Protection Act, the National Museum of the American Indian Act, the Archaeological Resource Protection Act, the American Indian Freedom of Religion Act, and the NHPA, the National Historic Preservation Act, which that particular act we use to actually go out and make sure that our lands, our resources are protected. And then, of course, too, with each tribe, with each THPO, we do use our customary laws. So we put that as priority. So we as THPOs, we have to have this balance of knowing the federal laws and then knowing our own Tioshpaye laws. So I'll give you a little report of things that have happened within this past year. We did meet with the National Park Service here regarding the Black Hills, the Mount Rushmore, Badlands, and Wind Cave. And our meeting was somewhat intense, but it needed to be. It was okay. In the end, we came out with what we felt like was due respect, due honor. So we asked for 100% survey with tribal involvement on all 3 parks. We did ask for no air tours. No air tours I voted for because that would actually hurt the plants and the way that they seed. it would actually hurt the animals. The animals hear a whole lot different than we do. So although we cannot assess the damage that has been done all of these years doing the aerators, we can put a stop to it now and see what the future holds there. But I'm afraid some damage has been done. Okay, so let's go into DAPL, and I'm doing this really quick because I know we're short on time and we need to let other speakers come up. So we did give a comment on the incorrect process that DAPL used. They did not fulfill an EIS before they put a shovel in the ground. And that is what the NHPA law is about. The 106 process says that you have to have a tribal member out there with you to see if there are any resources that would be disturbed. But they didn't do that. They disturbed the ground first, laid the pipeline, and then turned around and remembered we exist. Then they asked us, oh, can you be involved in this EIS? They asked us. But when the disturbance has already been done, those sites that were there, they lose integrity. They no longer mattered. And believe me, if any tribal member put a shovel in the ground before the 106 process, we would be in jail. That is a federal violation. And we're holding DAPL to that. So, in fact, no EIS before the pipeline, the 106 process was not applied. This, in fact, is a violation of NEPA. Again, NECPRA, we did give statements. Rosewood Sioux Tribe gave statements which were taken into consideration. And just this morning, I was hearing over the internet that they did take our statements of change into consideration, and they will be applied to the NECPRA. And one of them was that we will no longer be located in just geographic areas, but if you are an affiliated tribe, you have every right to be involved in the process. So we had a recent reinternment in Laramie, Wyoming, and it happened to be a young lady who was buried with her child. And that young lady had, she had a marking right down the Pesle, right here that we call it, the Pesle. And so what happened there was she had that marking, and so she was in fact, she was in fact marked as a young lady with that Oceti right down the middle. And so in 2014, the THPO before me claimed her with that marking. And we didn't realize that she was still there. So about a month ago, we went out there and got her back into the ground. Again, the NEPA, the EIS and the EAS have no tribal involvement. They're pre-written, just like the treaties. They come up to us with the written EIS and say, oh, you were consulted, sign here. That is not a true EIS. EIS meaning the environmental impact statement and what a particular project will do to the environment there, including the plants, including the water, including the soils, including the people that live there. Now, the environmental assessment statement is kind of looking at the economy, the cultures, the people that live on there. So with these involved in the NEPA, they don't consult with us until after they are written. And that is so illegal. It is just so unethical of them to do that. Now, we have been working with, and I know Tushka Justin and Mike Catches were there from Oglala Sioux tribe. Amongst other tribes, we have been involved with the city of Boulder. The city of Boulder actually set a precedent in asking us to be a consultant and to be involved in one of their programs called the Open Space Program. They're going to be introducing buffalo that we tribes recommended instead of using the cows. There is a park there. It was once called Settlers Park. Now, with all the tribes involved, we renamed it to People's Crossing because of all the tribes that were going in and out of there and meeting there. And so we had some, excuse me, we had some Lakota young ones with us and some Southern Cheyenne children there. So we let them knock over all the signage that were Washitu European signs. So they did. It was fun for them. So when we did that, now we're putting up indigenous signs, Lakota signs, Arapaho signs. They recently named a mountain, Blue Sky Mountain, after the Northern Arapaho. And I thought that was one of the best things that they could have ever done. So now, and I have to apologize that I am not able to show you a couple of slides that I really wanted to have everybody take a look at. But the thing about this particular topic that I want to bring up is the Nebraska Public Power District is proposing to put a 226-mile R transmission line right through the state of Nebraska, right under close to South Dakota. And I really, really would like everybody to get on the internet, look for that. And you'll see just how big of a project it is. So recently, I actually met with Syed Huck, and I asked him, because he researches, he studies the Oglala Aquifer. And so I asked him, this is being proposed. Each transmission pole will have a 40-foot deep hole for each pole. This is going 226 miles now. And each pole, each hole dug, they will pour concrete 45 feet deep. And each transmission line has like 4 poles. So you got 4 poles, 45 feet deep. And I wonder how much that concrete would weigh. But I talked to Syed, and he was just really profoundly amazed. He was Chozeka, I'll use that word. He was very angry that they could even think of this, because what he tells me is that where this is, the Oglala Aquifer in some places comes up just 2 to 5 feet. So imagine 45 feet deep. You're in the water, you're in the aquifer, you're pouring concrete into the aquifer. So with that being said, and we were not aware of this was proposed in 2014 using an incidental take permit on the burying beetle. We were not aware of it up until Ben, the 106 compliance officer, Ben Young, he got a phone call. And that phone call happened to be from someone in an organization called Save the Sandhills. So then when they made us aware of it, we got on it. We got on some of their meetings. Ben demanded a 106 process to be started. The archaeologist, Jennifer Galindo, she did a lot of research on historical properties. I mean, these people are willing to even push aside their own historical properties for this project. And imagine 226 miles of 45 feet deep concrete poles. That will certainly impact that Oglala aquifer. And who else would be impacted? It would be the people, the plants, the animals. It would be everybody, Nebraska, Kansas, South Dakota, down into Oklahoma and Texas. Wherever the aquifer is, it will be impacted. This is really not anything to push aside or think somebody else can handle it. Somebody else can take care of it. No, it's not. It has to be a united, supportive group of tribal involvement. And I'm asking for that today, right now. Excuse me. I'm going to read you a letter that I have sent to Deb Holland. Dear Ms. Holland, it was recently brought to our attention that the Nebraska Public Power District, NPPD, was planning to construct a new transmission line and substation within the historic territory of the Sichangu Lakota as a first step to developing a wind farm. So it will not only be a transmission line, it will be a wind farm as well across the Nebraska Sandhills. This is referred to as the R Project transmission line. The location of this proposed project falls within the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty Area and within Article 11 of the 1868 Treaty Area, within the area specifically inhabited by the Sichangu Lakota, now the Rosebud Sioux tribe, Rosebud Sioux Reservation. Multiple historic documents, and this was Nicolay, Warren, and Badlian and Wagner of 1999. Tribal winter counts and tribal oral history described the Nebraska Sandhills as the hunting grounds of the Lakota. And many cultural sites significant to the Sichangu Lakota are located in this area. Winter counts describes Sichangu battles, catching wild horses and hunting in the Sandhills. In the Sandhills that we call Chasmu Makote, the Sandhills. That is our name for them. Why would we give a name to an area that we know nothing about? We had to have been there to give it that name. The Lakota have specific names for certain areas of this country and for important cultural plants unique to the Sandhills. I named my granddaughter Huajpetro. Huajpetro after a plant that grows down in the Sandhills that is used as a medicine. That is her name. So that means that we are still a part of that. The proposed project will have an adverse effect on this cultural landscape, and this was not taken into consideration in the review process. An environmental impact statement titled Final Environmental Impact Statement on issuance of an incidental take permit and implementation of a habitat conservation plan for the R project transmission line was completed without proper consultation with any tribe. And I say that because the first consultation meeting that Ben and I were on was NPPD. There was one other tribe. And I said at that moment that I wanted to see them work harder at consulting with all the other tribes that are affiliated within that area. And I did talk to Mr. Brings at one time, and he said he got no letter, he had no knowledge of it. Not only was the Rosewood Sioux tribe not properly consulted, but we were not even included in the historic overview of in the EIS. Our long history of our occupation of the Sandhills was not even acknowledged. And we used the Sandhills for hunting grounds as well. These omissions make it glaringly obvious that the writers of this document conducted substandard research. The EIS document is woefully inadequate in many ways and was undertaken in a way that neither follows the purpose nor the spirit of the National Historic Preservation Act or the National Environmental Policy Act. The purpose of an EIS under NEPA is to evaluate the effects a proposed project may have on the environment and the historic sites, and to determine if the location selected is suitable for the project. In this particular EIS, they describe the unique and fragile nature of the Nebraska Sandhills, how they are the largest area of native grass stabilized dunes in the world, and one of the largest intact native grasslands in all of North America, and how they are prone to extreme erosion when and if the ground is disturbed. And we all know the story of sand. It moves, it never stays in one place. The movement is always continual. They described how the project is located within a central flyway of cranes and other migratory birds that make use of the unique lakes and wetlands in the Sandhills, and how these, as well as eagles, hawks, and other raptors, are killed by these large transmission lines and wind turbines. They describe how sections of historic trails listed on the National Register of Historic Places will be negatively impacted by the proposed project. They don't care about their own. They would tear down their own historic buildings to make this transmission line. Then they declare that they're going to proceed with the proposed project anyway. They say that it is too late to make changes to the proposed project locations to address these important environmental and cultural site issues. Making changes based on the findings of an EIS is the specific purpose of conducting an environmental review. The National Historic Preservation Act requires the federal agency, in this case, it's the Fish and Wildlife, to take into account the effect of the proposed undertaking on any historic property, including traditional cultural properties. Traditional cultural properties can only be identified under consultation with tribes. They can't tell us what traditional cultural properties are. Only we can say, only we can define what they are, what they do. The EIS states that a letter was sent to the president of the Rosewood Sioux tribe in 2014, informing him that the Fish and Wildlife Service was planning to issue an incidental take permit to relocate an endangered species of Bering beetle that will be affected by a transmission line project. This was very, very deceptive communication. I shook my head at the way they were deceiving. They were actually centering on the Beetle take permit rather than the actual massive transmission line and the wind farm project. So it's not only a transmission line, it is and will be, according to them, will become a wind farm project as well. No correspondence was ever sent to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Historic Preservation Office, which was established in 2004. The cultural site survey methodology undertaken in this project, including tribal consultation, is completely inadequate and does not meet the requirements under the 106 NHPA. Only 39% of the project area was surveyed, but there was no tribal involvement. There was no TCP surveys conducted. The EIS describes how the Algren archaeological site, representing over 10,000 years of repeated occupation with artifacts recovered that include Folsom, archaic, late prehistoric, and historic components, were exposed in a blowout just 550 feet away from the area of potential effect. They determined that because no artifacts were seen on the ground by their survey crew, the project would have no effect on pre-contact cultural resources. Standard pedestrian surface surveys are not an appropriate methodology in this dynamic Sandhills landscape, where the Calso site dated 1,160 years before present was buried under 9 feet of sand. The Dismal River Ranch site dated to 3,000 to 4,000 years BP, but was buried under 144 feet of sand. And the Warner Bridge, dated to 3,600 years BP, was buried under 3 feet of sand. So as we know, the sand is always shifting, it's always moving, that takushkashkan that we talk about. It is a very much part of the sandhills. Pedestrian surface surveys are not adequate to evaluate the impact this project may have on archaeological resources, considering that the construction of the transmission lines will involve digging down from 25 to 45 feet for each pole, and sites are known in the area to be deeply buried. The Cultural Resource Survey conducted by Power Engineers of Lakewood, Colorado in 2015 does not meet the NHPA requirements. There was no consultation, no involvement. The Rosebud Tipple was not consulted, and traditional cultural properties were not even addressed in this cultural resource survey. They overlooked it because they don't know what a TCP would mean to us. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe Preservation Office must be included in the evaluation of cultural and historic resources in this area, and a TCP survey must be conducted to address areas of cultural concern to the Lakota. The Oglala Aquifer underlies the entire project area, and the effects of construction of pole every 1,350 feet, which involves digging down into the sand, like I said, down to 45 feet for each pole, and then pouring concrete into each hole to support each massive steel monopole, were not adequately considered in the EIS. To the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, water is a traditional cultural property, and it is with the other tribes as well. So water is used in ceremony. Water is medicine. Water is life. Life cannot be without water. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe is requesting that the incidental take permit issued by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to be revoked until the NEPA and NHPA process is completely done properly with all affiliated tribes. And I use that word affiliated because there were multiple tribes going in and out of there. There was the Lakota tribes, there was the Osage, there was a Ponca, there was a Pawnee. And so with that being said, I will let you think on that. It is a very fulfilling job. It is a job that not too many people commit to. So right now, I would like my staff to stand up and I want to say, well, pila to them for doing all this hard work. Leah, Taisha, Ben, Darwin. These are the people that help me every day. And we will be going at this. We will go to every consultation meeting and I want people to be aware that this is happening. It is a big, big project. It goes down from the Dismal River on the west side of Nebraska, goes up and then it goes north, all across the state, 226 miles. Think about that. And it will affect the Oglala Aquifer. When I showed this to Syed, he was like, oh, what are people thinking? You know? So that being said, Gila wopila chichapi. Thank you.
Got an announcement here. I wanted to read, it's for Honor the Earth Palestine teach-in. Topics include indigenous solidarity, current situation in Gaza, history of settler colonialism in Palestine, and calls to action. Where it's going to be at 801 East St. Andrew Street, Rapid City, South Dakota. When? December 13th, 2023. That's tomorrow, right?
Tonight,
Tonight. 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Dinner will be provided. Honor the Earth. I think that's a
if you could pull out your cell phone and enter that street address and put it on your map. Medila wanunis acha. Well, as no map ilago acha. That's 801 East St. Andrew Street.
801
Hecha yana.
St. Andrew Street.
Wanach wana wata.
Tonight.
Hecha nicho pelo.
Oh, the building is called Racing Magpie.
Okay, let's move on to the two more items we need to get done very quickly. Bear with us. We're calling up the Wakia Chikala Tiospaya. And Natisha Wagoner will only take a few minutes on her. She's going to introduce her staff on the Truth, Healing, and Justice Center project, and they'll be coming up after the Little Thunder Tiospaya. Is Troy Heiner come? Is he here anywhere? He was supposed to be on the agenda, but
No,
I'll catch up to him later.
I need to sit down. I've been sitting on all day. Okay. Oh, one nakta. Oh, mataka pi lil optela la ngogla kana. Uglustakte. Le ohip ke tiosh bayaki. Waki ang chik ala uyapelo. Chale taku uchuk ang ke le wogla pi ke hetaha etranta wogla te taku September 3rd, 1855. Hey, long time ago, our Tioshpai went through a massacre and nobody talked about it. And we always talk about our ancestors, my great grandpa at Wounded Knee. And everything we hear is about Wounded Knee. That was the story that was told for generations. And I have a grandpa that's buried there. And I've been there since in the 60s with my dad. And he's marked on number 17 on that grave marker named Wichalka Blecha. So if there's relatives out there from Oglala that's related to Wichalka Blecha, you're my relatives. So at this point, I'm going to introduce some people with us that are going to be talking briefly about our endeavors. We have Ankashi Karen Little Thunder, Phil Little Thunder, and our friend Paul Soderman that has an important point of discussion. So I'll leave that with them. So Karen?
Right here, cousin.
Okay.
Thank you, Shijashi. My name is Karen Little Thunder, and I am here to share with you just a few quick photos, what we're talking about. I was asked to speak about the name change to Harney Peak, from Harney Peak to Black Elk Peak. And so that's what I centered my presentation on, and I hope to get it up here shortly. Black Elk Peak, Harney Peak was changed to Black Elk Peak because General Harney was the leader of a military attack upon our people, the camp of Little Thunder, on September 3rd, 1855. The other items that I wanted to show you the photographs of are a shirt. Okay, here we go. So here's the title, Black Elk Peak, what's in a name? And why would it be changed? Next slide, please. Oh. Okay, this picture was taken in 2014. The application to change the name was submitted by, on the left, Uncle Basil Braveheart. Next to him is Paul, my Hunga brother, Paul Stover Soderman. Next to him is Myron Puyer, and then there's me. The other names that were suggested instead of Harney Peak include Thunder Peak, Kihankagapaha, Black Elk Peak, and they could have just left it as Harney Peak. This right here is the congressional record that was passed in 2008, through which the Blue Water Massacre was acknowledged by the US Congress. We will talk a little bit further about this. Here is the shirt that is currently in this was worn by my great-great-grandfather, Wakiha Chikala, around 1850. It was discovered to be going up to auction in 2013, and we stopped it, and it's still in that private collection on the East Coast. This diagram comes from Sinteglashka University, and it just shows how the name Harney, it doesn't fit at all. It does not belong there because we belong there. We were first. When we went to testify for the name change, Suzanne Schoen Harjo came and joined us. That's her in the picture between me and Paul. On the right, the picture is a dog that was an attack dog that was set upon the people at Standing Rock Camp in 2016, September 3rd, 2016. And I know you can't see that very well, but there's blood on that dog's mouth, on his muzzle. These two pictures are at the very top of Harney Peak. That's the fire tower. And then you're able to go climb up into the inside. And I took the other picture on the left from the inside. There's actually glass in those windows now. Here is a view from Rapid City of Blackout Peak. And the name change, I like to talk about as a handshake between our nations. And because that's what I talked about when I had to testify. So those are the pictures I wanted to share with you. And here's an old diagram that was used by SGU showing Harney Peak, the red racetrack, the different sacred sites. Lakota Star knowledge is our life. Please, let's learn it. So that's my part in this. Thank you for listening, and I'll give this up to my brothers.
Amatakwepe. Chante Washte Nape Jezupalo. Paul Harney, Soderman, and Machiapi. I know if you look at me, I don't look like I have any Lakota blood because I do not. Not even a Cherokee princess was in my lineage, just so you know. I'm very, very surprised to be standing in front of you today. It's been a long journey to this podium for me. I grew up on the East Coast, born in New York City, raised in New Jersey. And when I was about 30 years old, which was a while ago now, I fell in with a group of guys that said, hey, do you know how to use a chainsaw? I was like, I do. They said, well, come over here and cut this wood and make this fire. Okay. What they didn't tell me is that they were all members of a covert organization that was started in the prisons of Minneapolis in the 70s. And they took a guy like me, and I hung around with these men, these uncles, and they did something I didn't expect in my life. They reverse assimilated me, and they re-educated me. When I grew up in the East Coast, there was no mention in my school of what was really going on out here. And little by little, they invited me to do the next thing. But one of the things my uncles really invited me to do was find out who I am. And so I started on that journey. And it became apparent to me that my ancestor, my great-great-grandmother, was a woman named Isabel Harney. She married my great-great-grandfather named Daniel Stover. And she died of the Black Plague. And so my great-great-grandfather married her sister, Frances Harney. And they grew up with the general. And that's how I came to know there was a thread and why I was driven. And it's funny to me, General Harney was the third signer of the 1868 treaty. When you see the picture in the tent, he's staring right at the camera with a white beard. That's him. That's my ancestor. It's funny though, he signed that piece of paper, and after the massacre where he led that massacre, killed 86 Lakota, many women and children. And then sanitized his report and claimed a great victory for the US military. With my new family, we go there and pray every September 3rd now. A lot of Wochekia, a lot of prayer over the last 35 years led to me come to stand in front of you today. And I would just say this, it's a true story and it really happened. So I'm going to say the one last thing I'll say is that we've been working toward healing through prayer and through prayer walks. And a funny thing I was saying is that he was the third signer of that treaty that day on April 29th, 1868 at Fort Laramie. But his name was still on the highest peak of the Black Hills that day and had been there for 10 years. I think he forgot on his way out to correct that. And somehow, through vision and dream, because it wasn't really a good idea, it seemed impossible. So it had to be vision and dream. And I want to mention our Auntie Rosalie through her vision and her dream. She said to Karen, I dream big. Let's take the name off of that mountaintop. And many of us picked up that cause. And never thought it would happen. My wife, who's watching on Zoom, and I wish you guys would turn on the camera so I can wave to her, prove that I'm here. She said, you know, you're dealing with the US government. All you got to do is give them a stack of paper. They love a stack of paper. And we sent a stack of paper overnight, FedEx, the day that they were going to vote. And all the tribes worked so hard to make that happen. I said the real miracle was that Lekshi Basil Braveheart went down to the Oglala Tribal Council and they unanimously signed that piece of paper. I said, that's what you should send to the Pope as a miracle right there. Unanimously signed it. And many other tribes did too. But they kind of tricked us a little bit because we all know before Black Elk Peak, there was an ancient name there, Hihankaga. We know that, right? And that name is the name that got canceled by Harney Peak. But they kind of told me, they said, look, kid, right now it's getting down to this. It's either going to be Black Elk Peak or nothing. And we were just like, it wasn't up to me. It was up to the people, Yoyate. So anyway, it's been we went on and we're going to do some more walks. There's another monument in the Northern Black Hills. And we're going to walk this next year and see if we can't start some good trouble. And my boys are laughing over here because they're walking with me. Timmy's my boy. He's been with me side by side. I also want to introduce you to Mr. Brad Upton. This man has gone on a long journey. His great-great-grandfather was the commanding officer at Wounded Knee. And we are standing before you here today to say we have a heart for the people. And we're standing here ready to do anything you ask, but we'll probably ask permission before we do it. Pelam yellow, whoopi latanka etche tuelo. Thank you. And here's my brother Phil.
Mitita koepi. Ale troka wiana tameta wainaji. Tante chata na pechu's up though. I think. My English name is Philip Little Thunder Sr. I'm 66 years old. I've been on a red road for 31 years. Chakuluta, my ancestors spilled those blood for me so I can be on that road. 31 years. I have 6 children, 3 different mothers. To cut it short, I was going to read the long version, but I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to read. I've been thinking from my own thoughts that my ancestor was the forgotten chief. You never ever hear his name anyplace, Chief Little Thunder. You hear a lot of other chiefs, but never Little Thunder. But he was there. A descendant from Chief Conquering Bear to Chief Little Thunder to Spotted Tail, whoever else took over from there. So that's where he was. But this congressional record talks about Blue Water Creek Massacre by Makola's ancestor, General Harney. It says, congressional record, proceedings and debates of the 110th Congress Second Session, Volume 154, Washington, Thursday, October 2nd, 2008, number 160, Senate, Blue Water Creek Massacre. Mr. Johnson, Mr. President, I rise today to speak in regards to the Blue Water Creek Massacre of 1855. On September 3rd, 1855, while camped near the Blue Water Creek in present-day Nebraska, a group of Lakota were attacked by Colonel William S. Harney and his troops. According to Army records, 86 Lakota were killed and 70 captured. The Battle of Blue Water Creek is also known as the Battle of Ash Hollow or the Harney Massacre. According to the Nebraska State Historical Society, which maintains a historical marker along the US 26, 1.5 miles west of Llewellyn, Nebraska, there are several historical accounts of what transpired that day in 1855, and the Little Thunder Teoshpa contacted me because they seek to commemorate and to preserve for future generations the history surrounding the Manito Akpala Blue Water Creek. They are the direct lineal descendants of Wakia Chikala, Little Thunder, a man who was amongst the leaders of the Lakota camp destroyed 153 years ago. Additional leaders who survived that morning include Iron Shell, Spotted Tail, and Redleaf, each of whom also bore lineal descendants living upon Sicangu territories today. According to the family oral history passed down through generations, tells the story of the younger Little Thunder, a boy who survived the massacre and subsequently journeyed to join his relatives once again. Without his survival, the Little Thunder Teoshpa would not exist today. I would like to recognize their work as they seek to honor their ancestors by collecting historical accounts and locating important artifacts from this time in history. According to the Lakota language, includes an expression that fits their mission. So that our people may live. Okay, to the forgotten chief Little Thunder. Takoyasi of my relatives. Salamat. Thank you.
Oha, o kaki, ikacha olo he. Gloria ya po.
To come up and shake hands with the descendants of Chief Little Thunder. Can you come up to the center and shake hands? The Oyate are going to shake your hands, Larry. No pay charge up. Wakia Chikala Kixiapolo. Chief Little Thunder, Sichangu. He was made of Chasha Yatapika, succeeded conquering Bear as leader part of the Wajaje after the disaster of the fight over Cow. Leader of the Sichangu at Ash Hollow or Blue Water Massacre, worked for peace and inspired Spotted Tail to take this course. Selected Spotted Tail to lead the Southern Sichangu Division. The Sichangu was called the Itokaga Oyate. Leader of the Itokaga Division made up of Chokant Hoela and part of the Southern Wajaja Divisions. Don't go anywhere. We still have one more short presentation. Natisha, can you hear us? Hello, Natisha, can you hear us? We are on the last presentation with Natisha Wagner of the Sichango Youth Council Truth, Healing, and Justice Center. She's coming from the Zoom online, and then she's going to introduce her staff.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to thank Phil for this time. I will just give a very quick introduction and I will let my staff take over. I am not able to be there due to unforeseen circumstances, but would like to personally thank Phil Twigo for allowing Tokala Nagio for being there. I'd like to start off by apologizing to our elders for speaking in front of you. I will introduce myself. Hamidakiapi, Yuhan Chantewashte Napet Yuzapi, Shina Ikichu Machapiksto. Hello, relatives near and far, from the Oceti Sakowin from Indian country. My name is Natisha Wagner. My Lakota name is Shina Ikichui. I am from the Rosebud Reservation, or Rosebud, here in the Spring Creek, Wiwila Wakwala Makoshe. I am the youth coordinator for Tokala Anagio Youth Leadership Mentoring Program. And I just wanted to take this time to introduce my staff that are there. They do a very amazing job working with our youth here on the Rosebud, and we love to collaborate with fellow neighboring reservations to work together. And we have a youth council as well. So they have a really awesome presentation. I'm gonna give them the mic here and the time to talk about the work that we do. And I just wanna thank each and every one of you for taking time to stay for our presentation and be here with us. And again, thank you to Phil and all those involved putting on this really awesome conference. For us as the younger people, we really appreciate the knowledge and the information because it helps us understand who we are as Lakota people. And so we can learn and grow and do what we can as a youth program. And also to our director, Marcita Eaglebear, she gives us a lot of guidance as well. And we just want to also recognize our very own councilman, Chris Eaglebear. He's one of the youngest that sits on our tribal council. He's also there as well, and my amazing staff for all the work they do. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Natisha. Again, I'd like to apologize to all my elders that are still currently in this room. And thank you for having patience and time to stay this late. We always have this thing, we run on Indian time. And so again, thank you. And to the ones that left, hopefully they get to hear this throughout the time someone gets to tell them about it. Because the Sichango Youth Council and Tokala Najo, we do a lot of great work for the nation, and you'll hear about it in the next 15 minutes. My name is Chris Friegler. I have 2 months left on my Sichanga Youth Council enrollment, and then I'll be too old. But that's my name.
Doc Yapi, Brooke Espinoza na Boksape Kuhamaniwi Machiapiksto. Na Yuachante Washtenape Chuzapiksto. Like Christopher said, the Sichanga Youth Council has been working on this project for a lot of years now, almost 10 years. So we created this presentation to tell you a little bit about what we do as a program.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gracie McCloskey. I'm a youth outreach specialist at Tocala, and I'm also a member of the Sichanga Youth Council. And I would also like to apologize because maybe some of this information that we have is not completely correct. So if you guys have any additional information or any corrections, please let us know after the presentation, and we can give you our contact information. We are open to any comments and anything. So we're just going to start off with our list of schools that we have research on. The first school is All Saints Indian School, which opened in 1883 and closed in 1986. It served as a boarding school until 1951, and it's located in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The next one is Brainerd Indian School. It's located in Hot Springs, South Dakota, and they opened on November 16th, 1946, and the closing date is unknown. Children that attended were Oglala, Sichongu, and Dene. Next is Chamberlain Indian School. They are located in Chamberlain, South Dakota, and they opened in 1898, and this was eventually turned into St. Joseph's Indian School. The children that attended were Rosebud, Pine Ridge, and Hehonkdawan. Next is Cheyenne River Boarding School, located in Eagle Butte, South Dakota. They opened in 1959 and are still open to this day. Their main tribal affiliation is the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. Next is Cheyenne River Agency Boarding School, located near Gettysburg, South Dakota. They opened April 1st, 1893 and closed in 1959. Here we have Crow Creek Agency Boarding School, located in Fort Thompson, South Dakota. They opened in 1886 and are still open to this day. Flandreau Indian School, located in Flandreau, South Dakota, opened in 1872 and are still open today. Tribal affiliations include Santee and Sisseton Wahpeton tribes. Holy Rosary Mission / Red Cloud Indian School, located in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, opened in 1888 and are still open to this day, and they are funded by the church. Immaculate Conception Indian School, located in Stevens, South Dakota. They opened in 1886 and are still open to this day, known as the Crow Creek Tribal School. Their tribal affiliations include Oglala, Sichongu Lakota, and Hehonkdawan Dakota. Next, we have Lower Brule Indian School, located in Lower Brule, South Dakota. They opened in the spring of 1895 and are currently still open. Their tribal affiliations include the Lower Brule tribe. Marty Indian School, located on the Yankton Sioux Reservation. They opened in 1922 and remain open as a BIE school. Oglala Indian School, located on the Pine Ridge Reservation, opened in 1883 and is currently still open as a BIE school. Tribal affiliations include the Oglala Lakota. Pierre Indian Learning Center, located in Pierre, South Dakota. They opened in 1881 and they remain open today, just as the Pierre Learning Center. Pine Ridge Indian School, located in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, opened in December of 1883 and are still open to this day. They were originally funded by the church, but they now operate as a BIE school. Rapid City Indian School, located in Rapid City, South Dakota, opened in 1898 and closed in 1933 and is now known as Susan Hospital. Their tribal affiliations include Rosebud, Pine Ridge, Crow Creek, Lower Brule, Northern Cheyenne, Chippewa, and Flathead tribes. Rosebud Agency Boarding and Day School opened in 1895 and closed in 1969. They are located in Mission, South Dakota. Sichongu Owayawa OT, also known as the dormitory for TC School District and SF, is the last remnants of the Rosebud Agency Boarding and Day School. St. Elizabeth School opened in 1886 and closed in 1967, and they are located in Wakpala, South Dakota. St. Francis Mission School opened in 1886, which is still open today and is now funded by the BIE, which is located in St. Francis, South Dakota. St. John's School for Girls opened in 1889 and closed in 1902, which is located in North Stanley, South Dakota. St. Joseph's Indian School opened in 1927 and still remains open today, located in Chamberlain, South Dakota. St. Mary's School for Girls opened in 1886 and closed in the 1970s, which is located in Springfield, South Dakota. Springfield Hope Indian Boarding School opened in 1879 and closed in 1923, located in Springfield, South Dakota. Tekakwitha Sisseton Sioux Indian Boarding School opened in 1940 as a boarding school / orphanage. Some of the children who attended this boarding school were adopted out to families for the price of $10. They closed in 1970 and it was torn down around 2010, which is located in Sisseton, South Dakota. The Yankton Reservation Industrial School opened in 1882 and closed in the 1920s, located in Yankton, South Dakota. Our Lady of Lourdes School opened in 1931, but there's no information found on when it closed. It was also located in Porcupine, South Dakota. Ascension Girls Boarding School opened in 1880 and closed in 1887, which is also located on the Sisseton Agency. Fort Bennett Boarding School opened in 1880 and closed in 1894, which is located in North Stanley, South Dakota. Goodwill Mission Boarding School opened in 1889. There's no information on when it closed. It is also located on the Sisseton Agency. The Grace Mission Home Boarding and Day School opened in 1887 and was abandoned in 1912. When it was abandoned, the students were then transferred to the Crow Creek Boarding School. It is located on the Crow Creek Reservation. Grand River Boarding School, located in Little Eagle, opened on November 20th, 1883 and closed in 1911. It was funded by the government. Oahe Boarding School, located in Peoria Flats, South Dakota, opened in 1883, with the second boarding school for young girls opening in the 1890s. There's no information found on a closing date. The tribal affiliations included Standing Rock, Cheyenne River, and Rosebud. St. Benedict School, located in Kennel, South Dakota, opened in 1879 and closed in 1961. Plum Creek School opened in 1895 and closed in 1902, operated by a religious institution and the government. There isn't much information due to the school being so small. Sisseton Agency Boarding and Day School opened in Sisseton, South Dakota. It opened December of 1873 and closed in 1920. It operated under the Sisseton Agency, but there's not much information about the school. Hare Industrial School, founded in 1928 in Mission, South Dakota, served grades 1 through 10 until the 1930s, until it was turned into a boys' home until the 1970s when it closed. So now I'm going to be talking about some of the impacts from boarding school, including boarding school syndrome, signs of it, and how to overcome it. Boarding school syndrome is an identifiable cluster of learned behaviors and emotional states that follow growing up in a boarding school, which ultimately lead to psychological distress. Some of these psychological impacts include hidden trauma, bereavement, and captivity. And signs of boarding school syndrome include anger problems, failure to sustain relationships, fear of abandonment, lack of trust, alcoholism and other addictive behaviors, eating disorders, controlling and perfectionist tendencies, bullying behaviors, fear of failure, finding it hard to relax, feeling alone or feeling empty, and problems parenting children. And a lot of this goes into the intergenerational trauma that we have. And you can see a lot of these behaviors in our children today, which is why it's very important. So to overcome it, we try giving them a safe space to help them understand, survivors and their descendants understand that it's okay to feel emotion and that it is possible to heal. And it's also a reminder that they are not forgotten about. This has proven to be the strongest form of therapy in working with boarding school survivors, and we as a program provide a monthly boarding school support group for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe survivors and their descendants. So this is a bit about our boarding school group. So the Tocala Nagio Youth Leadership hosts a monthly boarding school group, and this group is open to all their survivors and their descendants. Our group provides support, a safe space, a meal, a place to voice concerns, ways to cope, positive ways to heal. So our mission is to research boarding schools across the state of South Dakota, provide support and safe spaces for our survivors, and to bring our people together to heal for a better future for our upcoming generations. We want to reclaim our identities, strengthen and heal our spirits, and fight for repatriations for survivors and their descendants.
When it comes to the repatriation, I also have to go into just a quick origin story of the Sichanga Youth Council. The Sichanga Youth Council was founded in 1990s, early 1990s, and it's been moving. We've been going forward for the last 30 years. The Sichanga Youth Council has produced a lot of great leaders throughout Indian country, some that still work for Rosebud, some that work here in Rapid City. And going into where we are today, in 2015, a group of 30 students, 30 Sichanga Youth Council members went to the Unity Conference located at the time was in DC, Washington, DC. For a lot of us, it was our first time leaving. And we only had a few adults that, supported our group and everything that we did going forward. So we went to the Unity Conference. For a lot of us, it was our first time leaving the res, first time seeing big buildings, first time ever speaking in front of a large audience. And the conference was over, and on the way home, we stopped in at a place called Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And for a lot of us, it was our first time even coming to the realization of what a boarding school was. A lot of us, myself included, I had no clue what a boarding school was. It's not something that we talk about at home. It's not something that's in the history books. And over the last 6 years, I understand why. This is a big dark thing that the United States wants to hide under the rug. Native Americans is a big thing that the United States wants to hide under the rug. Anything that you could see wrong with who we are today stems from these boarding schools. What's it called? Historical trauma. Historical trauma is basically who we are today. Why do our relatives fight each other? Why do our relatives try to find an escape through alcohol or drugs? And for majority of the time, we don't know why. We go back into our timeline, and it is from these boarding schools. What was taken from us, what was promised was the education, but what the real intent was to kill the Indian and save the men. And so for the last 6 years, prior to 2021, for the last 6 years, a lot of us went and traveled a lot for these Sichanga Youth Councils so that we can learn what boarding schools were about. And anyways, on the way home from this trip from Carlisle, one of our members popped the question, why don't we bring them home? And with that question, we came home with a mission to our tribal council at the time. And we presented this question to them, why don't we bring them home? And they're baffled, they didn't have that idea either. And then so with the support of a few council reps, because reality is especially when it comes to treaty council, everyone talks to youth and elders, but when it's time to do something for them, we don't do anything for them. And so with the few people that did help us, we were able to move forward with our THPO. We were able to do a lot of information digging. We were able to do a lot of research, and one thing that we found out during this whole process was BAA is horrible at records. And maybe that's one thing that we learned growing up, but I'm pretty sure that everyone else here knows that now, you know, BAA is horrible. And so going forward though, we were able to, you know, do the research on our own, figure out what was going on and who these children belong to, who these ancestors belong to when it comes to the descendants of the families. And of course, in Lakota country, we're all related. You know, we have that saying, Mitaki Oyase. But in the white man's world, you have to have direct descendants. And we were able to find that. We were able to find them. And in 2021, after a lot of hoops and a lot of court dates with the United States Army, we were able to fully bring our children home. And then we were the first nation in America to do that, the Roswell Sioux tribe, led by a bunch of children. And going forward though, you know, this is just the first of many stories. In the last 2-3 years, there's been a lot of tribes out there that have done this. Sisseton Wahpeton, a tribe in Alaska, and there are others that I'm forgetting at the top of my head. But I just want to, you know, commend them. And going forward though, the Sichanga Youth Council has done a lot when it comes to repatriation and understanding what we need to do moving forward and how to heal. That's the main thing, is how do we heal from the things that we've been through? How do we evolve rather than revolt? Because that's one thing that really separates us and then the people that make us want to be something else. The people that make us, that came across the sea, who made us try to be someone else versus where we're trying to be today. And anything that we did and everything that we did, we always remembered who we came from, where we come from. So we always followed our traditional values and our traditional sacred ceremonies before we did any of these. We always got guidance from our spiritual leaders before we did anything, you know. My actually, Dickie Moose Camps was a big help when it came to all of this movement on the spiritual side, as well as one of my other uncles, Brandon Bear Hills. You know, we never did anything just to do it. We always had the guidance from the spirits. And honestly, everything was meant to be the way it was. And I just want to say one last thing before I give the mic up for our final part is, you know, thank you to each and every one of you that stayed here for the end of this, to hear our story and to hear what we're doing and to hear what we're continuing to do as the Sichanga Nation, as the Sichanga Youth Council. Because not a lot of people care what children are doing these days. Not a lot of people care what we have to bring to the table, what we do, because you know, everybody wants you to do good, but not better than them. And that's the reality of the nation that we are today. You know, we're slowly becoming what they wanted us to be, this divide and conquer. But we're here to tell you that with the next generations coming, with the leaders that we had, with the elders that actually cared about who we are and the traditional values that we were taught as children growing up from our elders, and myself included, I just want to say I feel like we're going to be in good hands going forward. And with the continued guidance of our tribal leaders and our tribal ceremonies, you know, we just got to remember who we are and where we come from. Oh, thank you.
We just have a few more slides left. This is a little bit of the information on Orange Shirt Day, which is a annual memorial for the boarding school children. It's on September 30th every year. This is the backstory. Residential school survivor Phyllis Wabstad, when she was only 6 years old, she went to attend the St. Joseph Mission Residential School. And as she prepared for school, she was excited to wear her orange shirt on her first day. Upon her arrival to the residential school, her shirt was taken away from her and never returned. Sorry. This orange shirt is significant because it is a reminder of all the children that were taken and that were never returned. So that being said, on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation, we are creating a Truth Healing and Justice Center, which will be located in Rosebud, South Dakota. So in our resource center, we will have resources for boarding school survivors and their descendants. We are hoping to create yearbooks for all of our schools, keeping track of the children that attended them, the years they attended them, any information that we can find about these children. All of our research of the schools in South Dakota, we have binders with all of our research information about the boarding schools. And we also will be including the research and info on the repatriation process for the children that we brought home from Carlisle. We will be located on the Rosa Reservation next to IHS at the Alcohol Treatment Center.
Thank you.
Well, before you guys go, I'm Justin Poyer, Oglala Sioux Tribe fifth member, also the THPO officer. I went to the doings when you guys had the funeral for the Carlisle students. And I seen how heavy that was on you when you were younger. And, we came back and we said prayers for you guys. Because what you did was really hard, but you did it. And like you said, the future is looking good in Rosebud with you guys leading them. And we're also, Oglalas, I've also started the process for Carlisle students. We got four over there. We did find descendants, but one of the family wants to leave their family member over there. So, we're working with that. So next September, we'll be bringing Carlisle students home. In the middle of all that, we've got notice from a school in Wabash, Indiana called White's Industrial Labor School, and also a St. Joseph's Indian Normal School. And there's 7 Native children buried out there. We went out there and did all the ground penetrating radar, the electrical resistivity, and magnetometer tests. The headstones are still there, but we wanted to make sure the graves weren't moved. So, we're trying to incorporate that with our Carlisle return. We're gonna be working towards that. And of course, I'm gonna be reaching out to you guys. We invited you to come and present at the youth treaty conference that we're starting on Friday and Saturday. So we'll be talking more. But again, I want to thank you guys for stepping up and doing that. So, and then I wanted to let everybody know here, thank you guys all for staying for this. I know it's a heavy, tough issue, but it's something we need to show these guys support. So I hope and talk to you, I'll say.
Yeah, Phil?
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, my apologies. Real quick. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your hard work and dedication to your people. I wanted to make a recommendation of a possible adjustment in vocabulary from repatriation to rematriation. Because if the ancestral remains, human remains are going back into Mother Earth, that's a really good way to kind of reorient people away from the patriarchy. Thank you. Wopila.
Our Nonki Takak there. What chunk on the hand, Oloma was the Oginawa Kansa, Oloma was the Kayak that took care what chunk. Ivan, what you went there. Let's say on what check it was a higher heki, Nonki Takak in a good.
Oloma here. Watch it here. Oh, she oh, oh, hey, oh, hey, to wayo, chano, pawaka, cheke ayo. Oh,
Oh, hey, oh, hey. Oh, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. Ay, oh, hey, oh. Oh, she, oh. Che, che, cielo. Oh, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, oh, hey, hey, oh, she, yellow, oh, oh, hey, Akato gosh, la beto, mokiglistom kahatis, ake omnichua. Wati cheta chakua, uchakta, you ablezam, I just ake the, oke hakikta, not just the water, kina cheta, uchakik seal. You kawa kind of at the hiki makocha, lakinka, hetches, the pabna, hetches, and I watch a good chunk to I just koshkalaka we koshkalaka na isha washi chunk na wuiva na cheta wuk we chakuk te just wutak we nagna uge makoche te chenek tak pap khana te we cha ka we chak unesh wuchik we chunk to na ichetuk te na cheta na cheta un wachunya below in khata la better ke omniche was te wat is ake energy na ke hena yoptik te khata ake ke tak we uske one speech each of na one was teste and I chat a wopila. You have better that is I get dona hihunin. I took the cute as Zania kihunik. I took the oglusha snap can walk it to you on each of them. I have better ukera just usha po oh mitaku wasi.
We're going to end with a song and with the prayers for the children and also for the concluding this day. As they sing, come through and shake hands with the youth council, the mentors, youth mentors. Oloa e apo. That will conclude today. Wopila to the singers. Thank you, singers.